Good afternoon, colleagues. We are now 4 minutes past 4. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you to the Caribbean Union of Teachers Education Conference 2020 under the theme Reimagining Caribbean Education, Confronting Challenges, Embracing Opportunities. We promise that you will have a great time learning from each other, learning about each other and these topics we have. I'm sure that you will learn many things that you can take back to your organization or to your school with you. We're giving 5 more minutes for others to join us. We have 200 and something persons registered. By now we should have 300, I hope. So let's just wait a couple minutes for a few more, and then we'll get right into it. Garth, I hope you're on standby.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Great. Good afternoon. If you're just joining us, this is the Education Conference of the Caribbean Union of Teachers. We're just hanging on a few minutes for our guest to join us, and then we would begin. Thank you for your patience, colleagues. Just another minute or two while the Minister of Education from Grenada joins us. She's having a little technical difficulties, so she'll be with us shortly.
Wendy.
Good afternoon once again, colleagues. We are ready to go, and I hope that you are ready as well. At this time, we are going to invite the President of the Caribbean Union of Teachers to bring welcoming and opening remarks.
Good afternoon, Chair, Sister Wendy Bino, other officers of the CUT, executive members or guest speaker colleagues, all from the region and indeed across the world, good afternoon. It's my pleasure and indeed pleasing pleasure to bring you greetings and to welcome you to our annual education conference. The theme chosen for this year to guide our discourse, Reimagining Caribbean Education, Confronting Challenges, Embracing Opportunities, is quite apt considering the socioeconomic challenges occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic that has seriously affected the education system in the region and indeed across the world. We are all cognizant of the increased pressure and anxiety being placed on our members, parents, and students. The fragile technological infrastructure across the region has served to undermine the efforts of teachers, parents, and students in their attempts to continue the business of teaching and learning using the online modalities. A careful assessment of the struggles and delays in the education system will no doubt reveal that we are in a learning crisis as thousands of our vulnerable students are being disenfranchised in the current efforts to educate our young people. In a recent World Bank report, it was identified that some school closures have put at risk 72 million primary school age students, to include those in the Caribbean, what is termed by the World Bank learning poverty. The conclusion amplifies the already challenged system of education in the region and the need for an urgent plan of action to remediate the crisis we are in. The unprecedented time in which we all find ourselves requires revolutionary thinking, change in mindset, and innovation in the execution of our professional duties. We must see what we do and how we operate through a pair of different lenses. Out of this adversity, we must capitalize on the opportunity it has provided to evaluate our practice, respond positively to change, and retool to become fit for purpose. We are in a new normal that requires us not only to reflect on the challenges, but to seek to create a new vision of hope and optimism that ultimately will see improvement in the quality of education provision across the region. As educators and union leaders, we are acutely aware that genuine transformation and prosperity of our societies can only be achieved through high-quality education that is characterized by innovation, collaboration, effective communication, and critical pedagogy. We are reminded of the words of Marcus Garvey, "Up, you mighty race, and accomplish what you will." I therefore want to commend all our colleagues across the region who have been doing all they can in the challenging circumstances in which we find ourselves to engage our students with the limited resources at our disposal. Real change that is sustainable, unfortunately, has never been the remit of politicians and policymakers. We who have committed to the noble profession of teaching are the real organizers and leaders of change. As we engage in these 2 days of conference, let us all strive to gain skills and insights that will assist in creating a resilient education system across the region that will be capable of responding positively and effectively to the present realities and future vulnerabilities. Finally, I must express gratitude to Sister Wendy Bino and the team who worked tirelessly to plan this conference. We are all grateful for your hard work. In closing, I leave with you the words from a Chinese proverb, which says, "If you are planning for a year, sow rice. If you are planning for a decade, plant trees. If you are planning for a lifetime, educate people." So I welcome you all and wish for a very successful conference. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Brother Garth Anderson, President of the Caribbean Union of Teachers. We now invite the Minister of Education of Grenada, Sister Emmeline Pierre, to bring us some greetings.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and let me use this opportunity to express my sincerest appreciation to you and of course to all of your colleagues to say how much I appreciate this opportunity that you have provided so that I can actually bring you some very brief greetings. So I start by commending you and commending the Caribbean Union of Teachers for what I consider to be a very bold initiative at this time to discuss such an important topic. And I say bold because it is indeed such a challenge to even discuss COVID-19 at this time with the challenges that we face. And of course, coming up with those solutions is such a challenge in itself. And as a union, as teachers, as stakeholders in education, I consider it bold and worthy of commendation, very high commendation, that you have taken on this challenge to look at some of the challenges that we face, but more so, I love the parts of your theme that says embracing the opportunities. Those who have heard me before, of course, from Grenada, would note that I always refer to the challenges, yes, but more so the opportunities that present themselves during COVID-19. If we are not careful, we are going to miss those opportunities. And that's why I want to commend you highly for this webinar, this exercise, which I think is so very timely. And again, I cannot reiterate how much I want to applaud the conference for this activity. Of course, in Grenada, and I'm quite sure that I speak for the entire region when I say that we were not ready for such a crisis. We've had many crises before that we have dealt with, that we've been through, but none of us, I believe, can say that we thought about COVID-19 and we were prepared for COVID-19. Of course, as the challenges present themselves, we had to quickly respond. We had no choice, absolutely no choice. And I want to use this opportunity particularly to express my sincerest appreciation at this regional or on this regional platform to the Grenada Union of Teachers for their support, their cooperation during this period of challenge. As a Ministry of Education, we took the opportunity, without a choice, to respond to this situation, which probably has been one of our biggest challenges in probably the history of the education system in Grenada. And so our response was one that always had in mind all of our stakeholders, and I would say including our teachers. Hence the reason the union can say that we have always engaged and consulted with them on matters of importance relating to this period. But one of the things that I particularly feel happy about during this period is, apart from all of the responses that we have made to this situation, be it our online platform that we launched, be it probably your laptops and tablets that we providing to teachers during this period, what for me stands out is the fact that we took a decision that we would not allow COVID-19 to get in the way of addressing other issues within the education sector. And that is why we continue to press forward on issues such as regularization of teachers. We have never used COVID-19 as an excuse. We continue to work towards that. We continue to address the issue of study leave for teachers and other issues within the system that is in no way related to COVID-19. I believe the more that we can work together as a union and government is the more we would be able to achieve, is the more we will be able to embrace the opportunities, and is the more we'll be able to get out of the opportunities presented by COVID-19. I really do not want to spend more than the 2 minutes or 3 minutes allocated, but I'll just say one additional thing as it relates to the issue of opportunities. Looking at COVID-19, I've always said this, I do not believe that as a nation, as a country, as an education system, that we would have achieved as much as we have done in the last 9 months thereabout, had it not been for COVID-19. And so it is that blessing in disguise, despite how much it has been devastating. And I say that particularly, that it was always our intention to move along the digital lines. It was always our intention to introduce and to maximize the use of technology in our education system. And anyone who doesn't understand the importance of this probably doesn't understand the direction that education is going. And we took our time and we were getting everything right and trying to get everything right, and COVID came. And I'm very convinced that it would have been impossible outside of COVID to achieve what we were able to achieve within less than a year. And so again, I say to us, let us not miss the opportunity that COVID-19 presents for the transformation of the education system, not just to the benefit of our students. I'm totally convinced that our teachers can benefit from this opportunity just as our students can. And so it's really my pleasure to extend my very best wishes to our union at home as they continue to struggle, as they continue to face the challenges. I want to again reiterate the support of the Ministry of Education and of course to their brothers and sisters in the region. I just want to say to you, continue to keep faith, continue to have faith. While this is a very challenging time, while this is a time when there are so many things to cry about, there are still things that we can be thankful for. There are still things that we can use to propel this system forward so that when we look back, and I believe that is for all of us, when we would have looked back at our service in this vineyard, when we would have looked back at our contribution to education, we can feel satisfied that for every one of us, we have done the best we could have done in this crisis to move the education system forward. So I want to again thank you for this opportunity, wish you all the best for the rest of this session. And I just want to pledge my total support to not just education, but particularly the initiatives that you intend to undertake as we confront this challenge and embrace the opportunities. And let me apologize for my video. As you may have noticed, I had some challenges once I logged on, but I'm here and I'm listening attentively.
Thank you very much, Sister Emmeline Pierre, Minister of Education of Grenada. We now invite Sister Nadine Malloy, Education International Rep, to bring us some greetings.
Thank you very much, Sister Wendy Bino, my friend since the EI conference in Thailand, President Garth Anderson, and our Secretary General, Brother Don Howell, all the other distinguished members of the meeting this evening, colleagues, all sisters, brothers, of course, led by our Minister of Education from Grenada. I greet you well this afternoon from the island of Jamaica. And more importantly for this activity, I greet you well from Education International. It is indeed my honor to serve on your behalf at the executive board level. And I want to, again, as I did in our executive meeting, extend my sincerest thanks to those persons who have been supporting me in this venture. As I greet you this afternoon, I receive the theme for this conference, and of course, I commend you for the program that you have planned for the next 2 days. It is very timely, it's very opportune. I like the concept of confronting the challenges and embracing the opportunities. It is so timely in education at this time. I am one of those persons who's just awfully excited about what is happening in our education system at this time. I think it is perhaps the most exciting time in the last 100 years in education. I think it's a time not so much as to focus on what is not going right, but really truly to delve into the things that we can make right. I want to borrow the words of our Governor General here in Jamaica, Sir Patrick Allen, as he spoke about Jamaica. He said, there's nothing wrong with this country that cannot be fixed by what is right about it. And I want to extrapolate that to our education system across the region. As we hold hands and as we think together, plan together and execute together, let us focus strongly on what is right about us in the Caribbean. What is right about us as teachers? We are creative beings, we're innovative, we know how to collaborate, we know how to change lives. And those are some of the things that we have to hold on to as we move forward. We want to, of course, think as well of the Education International theme for the quadrennium, which is teachers and their unions taking the lead. We are, and I make no apologies about it, in any society that you go, the teachers are one of the largest groups of professionals, if not the largest. And sometimes they use it against us when we are negotiating for better salaries and conditions of service. And that then means for me that we are the largest group of intellectuals in any society. And the time has far gone where we ought to take a stand and say to those who will listen and those who will make listen to us that we know what needs to be done in education, and we will hold ourselves to account by doing exactly that which is right. But whilst we talk about all of that and we talk about how much we're going to do and how much more we need to do and what our partners and stakeholders need to do for us, I want also to encourage us this afternoon to think of our work-life balance. We are doing a lot for everyone else. Sometimes I think we have the weight of the world on our shoulders. But let us think about ourselves and how well we treat ourselves as we plan for others. So make sure in all of this, you take stock of and you make room for your work-life balance. It's only one of each of you, and the world is depending on us. So from Education International, I thank you for this very rich offering that you are presenting to our teachers across the region for the next 2 days. I commend you for the work that you have been doing, and I look forward to continuing to represent you at the best level that I can at the international level. And I look forward to a continued strong and constantly renewed partnership between the Caribbean Union of Teachers and Education International. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sister Nadine. At this time, we have a cultural item from one of our teachers' unions across the region, and that is the Guyana Teachers Union. We know that we are a culture-rich people, so stand by, sit back, enjoy this presentation from the Guyana Teachers Union.
Teachers, be ready. Be ready to face the day ahead. Say to yourself, these challenges won't faze me, and there's no place for dread. Yesterday's gone. The nation's children are still looking. So be ready. We have to. It's the oath that we've taken. We're leading in a crisis, reimagining the future. We press forth despite whatever. Resilient. Remember, despite the fact that the concept can't seem to quickly in their brains, and we're asked to repeat it again and again. Despite the fact that we're on a learning curve too, so sometimes we wing it. Experience teaches us what to do. We've worked and worked and worked through countless worn days. We've molded many minds, turned the narrow into wide roadways. From our trees of knowledge, our fruits they gladly glean. Through our words and examples, little seeds house big dreams. So teachers, be ready. Be ready for new technologies. Policies are changing every day. Adapt, because the future is depending on us. And there's no time to play. So don't crack, don't cry. Patience. Remember, questions are still being asked. And you're the teacher. What's the answer? We have to help the world create a new drumbeat. We're intelligent, resourceful, reliable. Think on your feet. So don't stop pouring out. Pour a little more warmth and kindness, understanding, a little more creativity. And when you've poured and you've poured and poured, pour some more into the child who shows promise and a great bundle of potentiality. Be ready, teachers. There'll be many more working days to come. So go the first mile and then the extra. Because sometimes when the bell rings, our work is just not done. Once It was four walls, sometimes a blackboard apart. But now it's a screen and miles away, and yes, it is breaking our hearts. So I pray that each day we wake up, our energy is renewed, that we make wise decisions and our judgment isn't skewed. Our jobs have to be different, a new way of thinking, because the children are still hungry, still calling, still reaching. So teach them the things they ought to know. Give them lessons to help them grow, so that no matter where in this world they go, they will always remember that teacher that made a difference, that gave them a yes, you can do it, when they were telling themselves, no, do it. Because when the music fades and the little perks are stripped away, it's the children we show up for every single day. Besides their parents, we help shape who they become. We impact the lives of someone's daughter, someone's son. Are you ready to change the world, teachers? To do what we do best? Teachers, be ready. Let's show them how to pass this test. Teachers, be ready. Be ready to face the day ahead. Say to yourself, these challenges
Thank you very much. I quite enjoyed that, and I'm sure that each of you did as well. At this time, I'd like to introduce the members of the Planning Committee, the Education Conference Planning Committee of the CUT. This education conference falls under my portfolio, but I could not do this alone. So I want to express my sincerest gratitude to Sister Charmaine Goodin Monteith of the Jamaica Teachers Association, Sister Andrea Puckering of the Barbados Union of Teachers, Sister Chantel Peter of the St. Lucia Teachers Union, Brother Kenny James of the Grenada Union of Teachers, Brother Julian Cambridge of the Guyana Teachers Union, and Brother Philbert John of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Teachers Union. So our aim with this conference, the objectives are to bring all educators from the region together. And we have 21 units making up this Caribbean Union of Teachers. It is also an opportunity for us to forge professional solidarity to enable us to embrace the current environment. And we know what that is. COVID-19 has been impacting us since March 2020. Some of us still have not returned to physical classes as yet. So our aim is to ensure that we help to prepare our colleagues across the region to deal with the new normal. We're also here to share our thoughts with our constituents and the wider public on confronting the issues. We do hope that we will have a successful education conference 2020. We hope that you would find it enriching and very informative so that you can take back something to your colleagues and also to your students. So we're in COVIDous times and we have quite a few messages from teachers and students across the region who can also share, who are going to share with us their experience during the COVID-19 pandemic. So to do this, we invite the Anguilla Teachers Union Okay, we're not yet ready for Anguilla, so we're going to have the teacher from St. Lucia, Teachers Union.
About all you, but teaching in that pandemic is not always. I don't know about all you, but teaching in that pandemic is not always easy, you know. Hey, when them children tell you they're not coming to the class or they're not doing the work, there is nothing much we can do about it. Sometimes we just write a little report and that is it. All you mark it I come from, you know. And I was supposed to have a Zoom class this morning from 10 to 12. A group of from 4 students, 12 of them. 6 of them don't have gadgets, so they cannot come to the class. But the other 6 have their phone, so I'm expecting them to be on the class. This morning, 6 o'clock, one day called Natasha already messaged me and tell me, Miss, today's my birthday. I'm taking a holiday. So I message and I tell her that is not a reason to take a holiday. Anyways, happy birthday. She texts me back, thank you very much, miss. But she never acknowledged the fact I tell her that is not a reason to take a holiday. So now I expecting the other 5 to be in the class now. 10 o'clock I go to the Zoom. I let 4 persons into the Zoom class, 4 strangers. I call them strangers because the names I have on my register and the names on the screen does not correspond at all. On my register, I have Primus Johnson, I have Maria Estefan, I have Susan Digalari, I have Ifan Singh and Omar Melius. On the screen, I see Galaxy A51, Motorola E5, LG X20 Plus, and Nokia something, I don't remember right now. I say, what? Must be the aliens dropping my class today. Hey! So I tell them, if you can hear me, raise your hand or say something. I see 5 hands do that, like soldier. I say, okay, or you can hear me. Then I tell them, I want to take the register. So let me know who is in the class, because the names on the screen I don't never heard in my life. I waiting. All I hear in the background, parents screaming, baby crying, pots and pans. Them children up at never study me, eh? Nobody not talking. I get waiting. And the thing is, I cannot see their faces. Because from day one, they tell me, Miss, our house not in condition for camera to go on. So I cannot see nobody's face. So I get waiting. After 10 minutes, I say, okay, must be all you want a holiday, no? Maybe to go to Natasha and celebrate her birthday. I can grant the holiday, you know. That is one time I don't have to write the ministry to ask permission to give all your holiday. Just know that all your work is already in Google Classroom. Go and do it there. LG, happy holiday. Nokia, happy holiday. Galaxy, you follow. The other one, bye-bye. Me, I go and mark it. What I will do? Call the parents, but the parents frustrated. Give myself stress? Not at all. All we can do is our best, and that is it. I don't know about all you, but teaching in that pandemic is not always easy, you know. Hey, when them children tell you they're not coming to the class, or they're not doing the work, there is...
Thank you very much, SLTU. And I'm sure many of us can identify with that little choral speech. So it is time for us to get into the meat of things. And we're now going to invite Brother Kenny James, a member of the Education Planning Committee, to introduce our first speaker. Brother Kenny. appears as though Brother Kenny is having some difficulties. Brother Kenny, one more time. Okay. Andre Vincent Henry is the director of the Cipriani College of Labor and Cooperative Studies since March 2017. Before that, he was a principal consultant at the Trinidad and Tobago-based consultancy practice Ideas to Business Limited from 2005. Dr. Henry's consulting practice focused on the use of the human talent in the process of economic and social development in the Caribbean, particularly through improving productivity. His clients included the Inter-American Development Bank, the United Nations Development Programme, the World Bank, the International Labour Organization, the Caribbean Development Bank, the CARICOM Secretariat, the Government of Guyana, the Government of Suriname, the Government of Grenada, and a number of private and public sector organizations throughout the Caribbean region, as well as the workers' movement and the non-state actor community. From 2001 until 2005, he was director of the Program for the Promotion of Management Labor Cooperation, PROMALCO, from the start of that project. PROMALCO was a project of the International Labour Organization and sought to use partnership between management and labor as the means for increasing the productivity and international competitiveness of enterprises in the Caribbean, especially in the context of trade liberalization and globalization. Before taking up the appointment at the ILO PROMALCO, Dr. Henry was Vice President Trade and Industry at the Tourism and Industrial Development Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited. Dr. Henry has also worked at the Institute of International Relations and the Center for Ethnic Studies at the University of the West Indies. He has also been attached to the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. He served as Special Advisor to the Minister of Labor and was a member of the Diplomatic Service of Trinidad and Tobago for 10 years. He was the first chairman of the National Productivity Council of Trinidad and Tobago, Revenue Authority Management Company Limited. Dr. Henry holds a first degree in international relations and a master's in government from the University of the West Indies, Mona, and a Master of Philosophy and a doctoral degree from the George Washington University. He was elected a Fellow of the World Academic of Productivity Professionals in 2010. Dr. Henry's professional interests are concentrated on good governance and the development of just societies. At present, he is conducting research to inform improvements in social protection. Ladies, gentlemen, I present to you Dr. Andre Henry to speak to Dassel. Could you unmute Dr. Henry?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm having some challenges sharing my screen. If you would just give me a couple minutes to come back in, please.
Dr. Henry will speak to us on the topic, responding to the challenging environment, securing workers' rights within a pandemic.
Are you hearing me?
Quite clearly.
Okay. I am experiencing some difficulties sharing my screen. Please be a little patient with me.
Okay.
I mean, I could proceed without sharing the presentation and provide you with the
You
presentation.
can email it. Can you email it to us? And we can help you from that end.
Do that, yes. Oh, no. I think we're good now.
Wonderful.
Finally. Good afternoon, everyone. And my apologies for being late. I had a bit of a mix up with the time. I thought it was supposed to be 6 o'clock. So here I am. I'm really honored that I was given this invitation because as the head of an institution that trains trade unionists, as well as a person with a personal passion for social justice and a professional experience that has took me to different levels of the search for social justice. This pandemic presents us with some serious challenges at so many different levels. So I will share some slides with you. I will try to be as brief as possible because what I'd want to do is for us to engage in a conversation. And you would forgive me that I didn't do any protocols because I am not quite sure who is on and who I should address. So we're talking about protecting workers' rights in a pandemic, but I think we need to just pull back a little bit and ask ourselves, what was the situation pre-pandemic? And how were workers' rights protected in the Caribbean and indeed internationally in the period before the pandemic? And I think we would agree that workers haven't been all that well protected in the Caribbean. We've seen a sea change in the way they approach to the protection of workers and workers' rights has manifested itself over the last 20 to 30 years as we started to experience the processes of globalization and trade liberalization. When what first started as almost as a slow march has certainly picked up pace. What some refer to as a race to the bottom, whereas as a result of globalization and trade liberalization, countries started a process of making compromises in their industrial relations governance systems in order to attract investment in this new liberalized environment. And what we would have observed is that while this need to attract investment started first, or the effects were felt first in the private sector, what started to happen, or what has happened, is that because the industrial relations governance system is a whole, the compromises that started to take place to attract private sector investment, started to seep into the public service. So while we knew that there were always supposed to be protections in the public service, including teaching services across the region, what we have seen is that there's been a shift in, excuse me, in mindset. And as a result, we have started to see compromises in the protection of workers' rights. And what the pandemic has done is that it has exposed the structural weaknesses and amplified those structural weaknesses in the industrial relations governance structure. This has been compounded, so we have seen these changes at the governance level, but then there are some other structural changes taking place in the world of work, in the way that work is organized, in the way that workers see themselves, in the way that workers have become more individualistic in their approach to their employment, in the way that workers, one of the things we have observed is workers starting to lose, should we say, respect for the institutions, for the collective institutions of workers' organizations. And governments, as I said, are finding greater identification with business than with social justice, even though they would continue to speak about social justice and to continue to seek to assert that they have, that they are concerned about social justice and equity. So then, how does the pandemic affect the cover offered in this increasingly hostile environment for workers? And how have countries responded? And what I have found, and you will correct me, because while we are doing some research on this at the college, our initial focus is on Trinidad and Tobago. But what we found is that it has largely been, there are some discrete interventions that governments are tending to make across the region. The introduction of unemployment grants. Some governments have gone the way of establishing MOUs in lieu of social compacts. And I think one of the things that we have seen is the importance for unions, and this is just a quick segue, you would forgive me, the importance for unions, once we catch our breath and come out of COVID-19, and certainly before we go into the next pandemic, which whatever that is, that unions have to advocate for structural changes and the establishment of institutional arrangements that would be able to embrace and would be able to address these kinds of disruptors that I believe will become, and most people believe will become more frequent. So we see in governments adopting MOUs in lieu of social compacts. Some governments have established tribunals for infringement, for speedy justice to deter errant business owners. But even while we see this happening, we are seeing the continuing stripping away at the structural level. And I keep going back to this idea of the structural environment and the need for trade unions, for workers' movement to start to think more strategically about the interventions that have to be made at the structural level. So unions, in a sense, have to wake up and change the lobby tactic and have to become more strategy oriented and less reactionary, trying to build institutions and relationships that will be able to withstand not only the discrete occurrences of disruptors like pandemics, but also economic shocks, also natural disasters. All of these are the kinds of shocks that workers and workers' rights are becoming increasingly susceptible to. So some facts. As I said, in spite of the existing framework, some hard realities also have to be faced as a consequence of the pandemic. As I said, the economic context has shifted the balance of power and social and economic priorities of governments. And technological shifts have accelerated the reorganization of work. And these technological shifts have been legitimized. While I came in late, I was able to catch part of the comrade's presentation. And I could empathize with her. One of the things I said to my staff yesterday, because there are a whole new set of norms that we have to grapple with. One of the things I had to say to my staff yesterday is, you can't come on to a meeting with me and not turn on your camera. Because you might be surprised that not only children would be in a meeting and not have their cameras on, but big people do it as well. So while we recognize that there are technological shifts, these technological shifts or their manifestation have been accelerated as a result of COVID-19. And I suspect that many of the things that we are experiencing now in terms of the way that we work as teachers, I'm sure we will go back to classrooms. But I suspect that there will be some residual expectation and even some kinds of outlandish efforts on behalf of the powers that be that will seek to capture what they might call learnings out of the current environment and see how they can normalize some of those things in an effort at cost saving, in an effort at controlling greater control of workers' rights. So how do trade unions and the working class as a whole get ahead of these changes and help to determine the arc of these changes and the effect of these changes? And I think if there is a takeaway from this short presentation, is I want to encourage the CUT and its affiliates and its members to recognize that the workers' movement in the Caribbean is at an inflection point that while it may not be as intense as in the 1930s, it is necessary to ensure that your approach to the problems, to the thinking challenges, and the thinking environment that you face is one that is aimed at recreating a fair and just industrial relations governance system. Some of the things that you would have to think about is dealing with digitalization and digitization, extending protections and organizations to new forms of work, and pushing the envelope on national systems of upskilling, reskilling, and lifelong learning and social protection. And I would want to spend the rest of my presentation focusing on these two: upskilling, reskilling, and lifelong learning, and social protection. The first Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, in his independence address to the children of the nation, said in 1962 that the future of the country was in the book bags of the students. Well, there are no more, I don't think we have many more book bags. But I think Dr. Williams was wrong in one regard, because the future of our countries in the region are in the hearts, minds, and dedications of our teachers. Students are a blank slate. Well, are not so blank slate because some of them come from very trying circumstances. And teachers are expected in the 5 or 6 hours that you have with your students to reshape and correct so many of the disadvantages that so many of our children face. So the first part is, what is our obligation and how do we paint or craft that first set of education, the educational foundation for our children. But beyond that, in this environment, the need for continuous lifelong learning with continuous upskilling and reskilling is essential. And it's essential not only for students, but it's essential for those of us who are teachers. I would want to return to this file because I want to spend some time on social protection, because this is my biggest concern on the immediate impact of COVID-19 on working people. The way COVID-19 has disadvantaged workers and have stripped workers of many of the protections that they have. And while as teachers, your employment may not have been directly affected, but certainly the employment of some of your spouses, partners, parents, children have been affected, and you have had to take up the slack in that regard. So while there may not be a direct effect on your own jobs, what has, as I said, has been exacerbated is the vulnerabilities of working people. And even if as teachers, you're not affected, certainly as working people, there is a need for solidarity with other workers. And one of the things that I am afraid of as I look down the road is that as countries in the Caribbean struggle to come out of COVID-19, and many have been faced with drastically reduced revenues. Many of our countries may find themselves at the doors of the IMF and other lending agencies. And I can almost hear the conventional wisdom and the theology of these agencies asking for cuts in public sector spending, and therefore affecting even public officers, including teachers. But so I want to talk a little bit about social protection and the need for us to really focus as a workers' movement across the Caribbean on establishing strong social protection systems. Right now, social protection is limited to the pensions provided by some governments and national insurance schemes. And these, I suggest, do not meet all the needs of the region. According to the International Labour Organization, social protection or social security is a human right. And I want to emphasize that, and is defined by the set of policies and programs designed to reduce and prevent poverty and vulnerability throughout the life cycle. If we look at the country poverty indexes in the Caribbean, we would recognize that many countries have unsustainably and unacceptably high levels of poverty. So social protection or social security is supposed to be, as it says, policies and programs and a system to help cushion workers. Included in social protection is income security for the unemployed, and we know how many people have become unemployed as a result of COVID. Income security for the elderly. We know that elderly persons at pensions continue to not be able to meet the needs of retirees. Income security for people with disabilities, income security for children, for pregnant women, affordable healthcare, affordable education, affordable housing, and sanitation. And I want to go back to a point that I made earlier. And I want to encourage the CUT and its affiliates to recognize the need for us to really think beyond terms and conditions, and to think of the structural changes and the structural requirements that are imperative in the current environment. So social protection seeks to tackle challenges of poverty, vulnerability, and social exclusion. And I want to emphasize that as a result of the pandemic, we are seeing increases in poverty, increases in vulnerability, and increases in social protection. There was a story in the Trinidad Guardian today of a village, in a rural village, and it was, the story was relating the challenges of children who live on the wrong side of the digital divide, the challenges that they are experiencing in being able to access the classrooms. So while there may be those who would have an iPhone or a Galaxy or what have you, there are those who have absolutely no access to devices, for whom 2020 has been a totally lost year. These are people who are already vulnerable, who are already living on the margins. So as teachers, when these children come back into your classroom, it is an additional level of stress that you have to be prepared to deal with. As an approach, social protection seeks to reduce the risks faced, especially for the vulnerable, and a social protection system, while it is the responsibility of a government, there is a role for other actors, especially if the government is resource constrained. And just for the Index Mundi, the percentage of population below the poverty line out of 173 countries. In Suriname, and we take these figures as we have them, as they are available, but I want to suspect that these figures understate the problem. Out of a population, out of 176 countries, Suriname ranked 6th with the highest level of persons living below the poverty line. Belize 37th, Grenada 38th, Guyana, Belize 37 with 41%, Grenada 42nd with 38%, Guyana 49 with 35%, Dominica 67th with 29%, Anguilla 83rd with 23%, Trinidad and Tobago 106th with 20%, and Jamaica 118th with 17%. And I pulled this this example here because I really believe that when I said that I believe the Index Mundi figures are a bit off, because in 2008, the Grenada Country Poverty Index showed that there was 2.4% of the population that was indigent or living in extreme poverty. 37.7% were living in poverty, and 14.6% were vulnerable to poverty. And it's that last number I want to just draw your attention to, the vulnerability to poverty. Because what COVID, and these figures I say were from 2008, and what it demonstrates is how in the Caribbean, governments are attempting to make policy based on really incorrect information, because these are the most recent country poverty indices, and they are 12 years old, at least 12 years old. And this is across the Caribbean. No countries in the Caribbean have country poverty, systematic country poverty studies that are less than 10 years old. So we are making policy, governments are making policy based on very old data. Well, and some of the data is so old, it's almost no data. But that 14.6%, we need to ask ourselves, if this is what it still is, what has been the effect of COVID-19 on that 14.6%? How many of them have been pushed into poverty? We talked about that before, so I wanted to go back up to this last slide, which is really what is living in a pandemic. And I want to just leave you with these thoughts. Who protects workers' mental health? We know this will not be the last pandemic. But on the other hand, we know that when the pandemics come, we can't afford to keep shutting down economies. So then the question we have to ask ourselves, because COVID-19 is already on us, is what is the design for an effective response to the Rona Part 2, Part 3, Part 4, and so on. So as we think about these issues, we have to straddle two tracks. We have to straddle the immediate as we seek to protect workers' rights in the immediate, but we also have to take into consideration the existential threat that workers' organizations and the serious threat that workers face in a changing world of work, in small open economies where governments are very quick to make bad policy based on bad information and incomplete vision. Thank you very much, and I would open myself to your questions.
Do we have any questions for Dr. Henry? You can indicate by raising your hand. Question, comment? Okay, Darcel, could you unmute Brother Oswald Robinson, followed by Nikisha? Hold it.
Good evening. My question is, so with all of that which has been said, what then is the expectation for teachers to do in the case of a class that has a number of children that have moved over that line into the poverty demographic? Because you did leave us with the thoughts of who protects workers' mental health. And so that's going to be an added strain. What is it that can be done to support those teachers with that change or shift in classroom dynamic?
I would suggest there are two things that come to mind. One is there is a special place, I think, for teachers' unions because there are all sorts of online support systems. So there's a need for teachers' unions to publicize these to their members. But I also believe that teachers' unions can engage in peer support systems. These peer support systems can take different forms. They can take the forms of bulletin boards, of peering, of creating groups, either within schools or across schools. And I think teachers' unions have to also approach governments and even their private sectors to see what kinds of support can be provided. This is not going to be easy, and we're going to have to pull from all sorts of Caribbean creativity, because your roles as counselors, as providers of support and succor for children is going to increase. And as you rightly point out, that is going to create greater stress on you. But I will be happy to hear what other people think, because I know even as I operate a school for adult learners, I have seen the impact on my teaching staff of the virus, as they attempt to deal with the stress faced by our students.
Thank you very much. Can we have Brother Oswald Robinson now?
Yes, please. Thank you. First of all, I want to commend Wendy and the education committee for very important. You know, it is important that we with the relevant authorities all this.
I'm sorry, I missed part of what Brother Robinson was saying. He broke up for a while. I don't know if it was just me.
Yes, he broke up and it seems as though we've lost him. Can you try again, please, Robbie? Your connection seems to be a bit poor. Try once again.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. I was emphasizing the importance of social dialogue.
Yes.
Because whereas the governments of the region, they are at the forefront. But remember, we also represent workers, and in the context, teachers, who are also on the front line. And it's important that we continue to have that dialogue so that we could work together collaboratively with all the relevant stakeholders in trying to mitigate some of the impact that COVID is having on the workforce. And I'm glad that you have mentioned the whole protection of the worker. You know, at one time I was a little scared that it may reach to the point of redundancy. But from our context, I'm hoping that that would not happen. You know, but it's a very, very sensitive situation that we're experiencing now, you know. So I'm very happy for the presentation, and I began by commending the organizers, Wendy and all the other persons, for this great effort. Thank you.
Well, it's just for me to endorse what Comrade Robinson said, and the importance of social dialogue in creating in creating strong industrial relations governance structures. And I can't overemphasize that we need to see industrial relations not just in the context of collective bargaining, but as part of a country's governance structure, and in which workers have to carve out a preeminent place for themselves.
Thank you. We have Loretta De Santos. And last question after the Santos would be from Richard Pierre.
I have my hand up to Wendy.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't seeing.
Gabriel.
Okay, I wasn't seeing that yet.
No.
So Richard, and then Gabriel, because I'm not seeing the Santos hands anymore.
Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. A question for Mr. Henry. How do we deal with collective bargaining agreements going forward, especially those that have been negotiated for already and are being threatened by governments looking to use the COVID-19 pandemic as an excuse not to honor such agreements?
Yes, that's a tough one, and we can't understate or underestimate the very real challenges that governments in the region are facing in trying to make ends meet. We're still getting the data on how much revenue has shrunk and expenditure has increased. All I could say is that workers have to insist that governments meet their obligations, and if governments have entered into agreements, those agreements must be observed. They cannot or ought not to be changed outside of the bargaining process. And while workers may be inclined to want to work with the government to get over this hump or the current crisis, workers have to be very careful that they do not become party to a precedent in which agreements that arrived at through the collective bargaining process, freely negotiated by governments, that one party breaks those agreements. So whether it is that workers' organizations would wish as a form of compromise to agree to a deferral of awards. But the one thing I don't think you should do is to stand idly by and have agreements unilaterally altered. Because to do that, you set a precedent for your own future engagement, but you also set a precedent for the rest of the industrial relations system in the country.
Thank you. We have Jasper Gabriel, and after that we have a question from the chat, which will be the final one from Sister Clay. So Gabriel.
Thank you very much, Wendy. And very interesting question and response just now. I want to commend Dr. Henry on a well thought out, well presented and very relevant presentation. towards the end of the presentation, it's still on the screen, Dr. Henry mentioned the whole issue of mental health, workers' mental health. That is something that is very prevalent across the teaching profession. I'm sure not only here in Jamaica, but across the Caribbean, and directly related to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. How do trade unions, what are some of the suggestions as to how we treat with this matter in a way to seek to protect our workers?
I've made the options. I am not a mental health expert. I'm not in fact, you listen to my wife, she will probably tell you I'm a mental health case. The options really lie with how do we express as workers' organizations, how do we express solidarity?
Right.
Because really you are wounded healers, because you have your own stresses and you have to heal your students and you have to heal yourself and you have to heal your family. So the suggestions I made earlier concerning finding online resources, unions and branches and schools, seeking ways in which you can come together to access these online sources, online resources, and use them. Appealing to governments to make available to teachers more social workers and counselors. I think expressing solidarity even outside of the teaching profession, because the stresses that teachers face, the other workers in other sectors are facing similar stresses. So there may be lessons to be learned. As I said, doing electronic billboards where people share experiences, maybe anonymously, and post questions on challenges that they face and share their experiences. Because it's all about expressing solidarity in a time of deep societal and personal hurt for many people.
And just a follow-up also in relation to those who would seek to want to displace teachers who are confirmed to be struggling with mental health challenges, in terms of being vigilant to protect the rights of these workers.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, the solidarity also must be extended to protect the right, because to my mind, workers' rights are indivisible. Because once you relent on the right of one worker, and we're not talking about a worker who's doing something wrong. Once we surrender or relent on the right of one worker, we are whittling away at the rights of all workers.
Right.
Yeah, so eternal vigilance, and especially in that environment that I attempted to paint, an environment where we have seen, as I said, in the last 30 years, so many of the gains that the workers' movement had between the 1930s and now. We've seen so many of them being whittled away.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gabriel. And Dr. Henry, we have 2 questions from Sister Claire, President of Y2 in the chat. Can social protection be legislated? And how can we ensure that workers' rights are protected in laws of the land instead of only in collective agreements?
Right, social protection should be legislated, because if it's legislated, the protections are firmer, the protections are more are more real. So social protection should be legislated, and that is why my institution has embarked on a study of the social protection systems across the Caribbean, because we need to establish what we call a social protection floor, a minimum set of standards that should exist in countries. And this we see as the first step in developing regional and national policies on the protection of the vulnerable in society. And from the perspective of my college, workers. And I'm glad you raised that, and it goes back to the point. I think it was Brother Pierre who raised it, the point about social dialogue. And one social dialogue must be a step for the reimagining and the recreating of our industrial relations systems. One, I know, for example, in one country in the region, even the collective bargaining system itself is under attack and is being left unprotected by the courts of law. So that we need to see we need to see strengthening of the laws that govern employment rights, retrenchment and severance, and all the other protections that make up a strong industrial relations system. Because my own sense is that it is weak, that these systems are weak. I read something recently by the very distinguished Barbadian former trade unionist, Robert Morris. One of the things we used to say is that the Barbadian system of voluntarism was held up as a benchmark for the rest of the Caribbean. And Bobby Morris was observing that even that may have outlived its usefulness. And there is a need, in the case of Barbados, he was arguing, for a system that was, as I said, recognized as a gold standard. There's a need to put these things in law to make sure that workers are properly protected.
Thank you very much. Sister Charmaine Goodin Monteith.
Okay, Sister Wendy, thank you. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we are.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. I'm sure we all enjoyed the presentation a while ago. And on your behalf, I'd like to express gratitude to Dr. Henry for such an informative presentation on responding to the challenging environment, securing workers' rights in a pandemic. We look forward to receiving at least copies of the presentation, and we certainly look forward to some of your recommendations as we continue to navigate this pandemic. Let's have a rousing round of applause to Dr. Henry. Okay, colleagues, we're now going to move to the next session, and I invite Sister Vern Charles from St. Lucia. She's the first Vice President of the St. Lucia Teachers Union, and she will be moderating the session on redefining the role of teacher trade unions amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. Sister Vern will introduce the members of the panel, or she will have them introduce themselves, and then she'll take us through. Let's hear from Sister Vern. Let's hear it for Sister Vern Charles and the panelists right now. Thank you. Sister Vern?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Wonderful. A warm welcome and pleasant evening to my brothers and sisters in the region and in other parts of the world. I welcome you to our panel discussion tonight. Like Sister has said, I am Vern Charles of the St. Lucia Teachers Union, and I will be your moderator this evening. Our topic for this course is redefining the roles of teacher trade unions amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. Our panel consists of 4 of our knowledgeable, vibrant, and resilient presidents. In the persons of, we have Sister Tricia Williams of the Nevis Teachers Union, Brother Pedro Shepherd of the Barbados Union of Teachers, Sister Claire Elshot Aventurin of the Windward Islands Teachers Union, and Brother Jasford Gabriel of the Jamaica Teachers Association. We welcome them to this discussion. Welcome, panelists.
Good afternoon, good evening.
Thank you.
We are aware that the COVID-19 crisis has greatly affected everyone worldwide, with our teacher trade unions not being immune. I really appreciate the presentation which we just listened to earlier on, because it ties in nicely with our topic and our discussions for today. Our panelists will be sharing with us their perspective on the theme. They will each be given approximately 5 to 7 minutes to do so. I now welcome our first panelist, Sister Tricia Williams, to make her presentation. Sister Williams?
That big finger.
Thank you, Sister Vern. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, loud and clear.
Thank you, and good evening to everyone. Before we can redefine the role of teacher trade unions, one must know the role and be able to define the existing role of the teachers union. The purpose of teachers unions is generally to be a strong, unified, advocating body for teachers. Unions advocate for teachers, but have an interest in the functioning of the overall education system. And our unions are comprised of professionals deeply interested in and passionate about education. The 21 members of the Caribbean Union of Teachers have included in their mottos, their vision and mission, the roles that they should play, and some of which I will share with you now. We have unite and serve, united, resolute, and growing. Hand in hand, united we stand. Agitate, educate, liberate. Teachers, a foundation for nation building. We mold the nation. Leadership, integrity, professionalism. Indeed, teacher trade unions are foundations for nation building. And the role of a teacher trade union is to bargain collectively on behalf of teachers and education workers, depending on the specific mandate, and represent teachers' interests specifically, and education generally from the teacher's perspective. Unions contribute to education policy, development of teaching methods, teacher training, and advocate for wages, health, and safety. And unions are organized to help educators to solve problems that they face within the workplace. They engage in membership and ministries and provide support for teachers. Thank you, Sister Vern.
Thank you very much, Sister Williams, on explaining the role of the trade union, the teacher trade union to us. I now call on Brother Pedro Shepherd to share his perspective with us. Brother Shepherd.
Good afternoon, or good evening, should I say, to all the teachers across the Caribbean who are part of the CUT family and those who are listening otherwise. I am delighted to be part of the panel this afternoon. And let me just share my video so a person will see who is actually speaking to them. Right, like I said, I'm very keen this evening as we sit on this panel to look at redefining the roles of teacher trade unions amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. Like the other panelists, I believe we, first of all, though, need to look at what really is the role of teachers unions. And once we establish the role of teachers unions, then we would have to look and see if what teachers unions were doing pre-COVID, if that is what teachers unions would be asked to do post-COVID. For some, there is not a post-COVID. I don't believe that there's a post-COVID, and so we need to look at how we are going to navigate what is termed as uncharted waters. A teachers trade union is simply, like any trade union by definition, an association of teachers. And it is created for the purpose really of securing improved conditions for teachers as they work. We look at issues such as pay, we look at issues at the plant, health and safety issues, and so on. At this stage, therefore, I would want to posit that I believe the traditional role of the teachers' unions have somewhat been outdated, and we need to look going forward, as the topic said, redefining the role of teachers' trade unions. COVID, of course, would have taught us a number of lessons, and I'm hoping that coming out of that the teachers' trade unions across the Caribbean could reevaluate their work, redefine their roles, and prepare themselves for the future. One important thing we have to look at when we look at redefining our roles and so on would be whether or not going forward our membership is going to be maintained at the level that it has been for some time. We are fortunate in the Caribbean that we have not lost many of our teachers due to the COVID. And when I say lost teachers, I'm not speaking about death, but I'm looking at the unemployment figures. I don't think that we were caught up in the unemployment as tourism and other industries. So we were fortunate in that education continued to play a major role in going forward. And so there's always the need for teachers. So that is at least some assurance that we will survive this pandemic. But we have to define the role of the teachers' unions, because a lot of our members are now using technology. They're now meeting via technology. There's no need, or well, I shouldn't say there's no need, but there is not the option of unions coming together to discuss issues, striking, agitating, and that kind of stuff. We are now seeing across the region our ministers of education meeting more often. Here in Barbados, for example, our Minister of Education, in my view, sees the union not as important as it was before, because the minister is now using the opportunity of COVID to meet with students to find out how they're faring in the pandemic. You move from meeting with teachers, with students, and then you meet with teachers to see how they're coping and what the challenges they're faced and how they intend to go forward. And then after all of that, then you call the unions and say, come, you are part of the process, your stakeholders, let's hear from you. You have already met the members of the union. The union executive is a dozen. What else can we say after you have met with 2,000 or 3,000 teachers? So we are seeing the role of the teachers' trade unions diminishing, and we have to find ways and means to maintain our relevance. We have to maybe use the same technology that is available to us and to the ministries of education to ensure that we survive during this period. There are lots of changes that are likely to come to education. I know in Barbados there are efforts at education reform, serious education reform. So these are some of the things that we have to look at as we redefine, so to speak, the role of teachers' trade unions in Barbados. But I would pause at this time, hear other panelists, and then maybe take some questions from the listeners across the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Pedro Shepherd from Barbados Union of Teachers. Sister Claire Elshot from WITU. We're ready to hear your perspective. Welcome.
Okay. Sister Claire is here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Sister Claire, we can hear you loud and clear.
And I would want to put my video so you can also see me and extend the season's greetings to you all. Okay? At this point in time, I would like to also highlight what is the topic: redefining the roles of teachers' unions amid the COVID-19 pandemic. The question should be, are there any relevance in having teachers' unions in this COVID pandemic? And I, for one, that live in the belt of the hurricane zones and know that any and every hurricane, that things would change in regressive measures and regressive attention for the workers. I would say within this pandemic, we have a very important role, and redefining, it's not only a role that we have to deal with in making sure that our memberships are well taken care of, and that the level of education is also to par, but it is something that has to go beyond that, because in the region where I am living, we have had continuous, and most of the Caribbean islands, we have had continuous struggles and challenges with weather, which is hurricanes. Our last hurricane was in 2017, and that was Irma, followed by Maria. Now, this is a health pandemic. Then this health pandemic, we've noticed, has really created a number of social challenges to our educational system, challenges to also the operational system within the way unions used to operate. So to be able to go with the new reality in which we are living, a number of our teachers had to step up on a very, very short notice to certain challenges. And the biggest challenge at that time was the online teaching. Now, with this online teaching, a number of concerns came from the teachers. Concerns as to how are they to do their work, their presentations? How are they to teach? Because remember, most of the teachers going to teaching training college, the teachers training college, it is really a part where you only learn one type of strategy. So they had to learn that. And it was amazing to see how our teachers were fast learners, and they were also willing to help colleagues that were in dire needs. However, there were little or no kind of compassion for our teachers, especially teachers with underlying issues. When I say underlying issues, health issues prior to the pandemic, there were little or no support for teachers with mental issues. There were little or no support for teachers with even issues in preparing their work. So most of our teachers had to use their own personal devices to be able to get the work done. And that brought with it a number of questions. The questions that boggled the teachers most were the strategies to enhance integrity for their work. When it comes to these online teaching, also the online assessment of the students, how can they as teachers guarantee a certain level? And with that, a number of things that also came crashing at the teachers is the fact that their privacy were being invaded, because at any and every given moment, either the school managers or the inspection felt that they could just, log into the platform that was being used. A number of teachers had a variety of platform also using. As you can see, some teachers use Zoom, others Go School, others, there was a whole different types of commodities. And when it comes to the employers, some of the employers were willing to provide the financial aspect to have this part, but a number of our teachers went deep in their pockets. So while redefining the role of the teachers union, we had, as a stakeholder in education, we were confronted with a number of draft policies that were made up by people without the input of the people in the field, which is the teachers themselves, probably the school managers and other consultants that were used, but the teachers union was not consulted. On the contrary, they gave us the role of overlooking, or they would pass on these documents and you had to review and come up with your criticism. I'll give you a few of the titles so that you can see. The draft distance learning policy, the plan for professional development, St. Martin's plan for education continuity amidst COVID-19 pandemic, and policy guidelines for distance learning, strategies to enhance integrity of remote assessment. These were policy guidelines. And if you heard well, in all these documents, no one had a document on the well-being of the teachers, whether it is their mental, social, or health, the well-being of the teachers. So this would then lead us as unions to see that we have to be our brothers' keepers, our sisters and brothers' keepers, and we would have to use new strategies as we continue to negotiate certain things. A lot of the negotiations that took place in our country was actually to fare off salary cuts, and we had a number of meetings where we had to make our government understand that cost-cutting measures would not be option at this point in time. So no salary cuts. We had a number of areas where we had to, look at the violation of human rights. And as the previous speaker also indicated, we have to make sure we impress and our people, our teachers know their rights, because some of them are so taken up into the profession that sometimes they forget that they too have rights. And the workers' rights, the violation of the workers' rights, of course, this pandemic was used by many across the spectrum, across the community, to unilaterally do as if all labor laws and all the different things are out of the door. But luckily, we had a number of our unions that challenged cases in courts and against employers, and it was so happy to be able to report victory. This is where we have to educate in redefining our roles, educate our teachers on their rights and privilege. Of course, their obligations go far beyond, and their rights and privilege, and making sure that a number of them use the avenue to defend their rights in courts. So we have, for example, teachers that are not teachers of classroom, let's say subject teachers. You can imagine a handicraft teacher would experience a great handicap right now because there is no face-to-face, or even if there's blended learning, her subject would be a subject that would be one of a challenge. So we have a number of teachers that came up with the visual arts technology, to use that technology in schools where they can still reach the students. And we have to be very, very careful while those teachers are working on something new, a curriculum development, that they are not misinterpreted and misused. So in defining our role, I would like to say we have to be the protectors of the teachers individually and collectively. And this is something that I've noticed, that the abuse of especially teachers that are, not as forthcoming and not as dynamic in defending themselves. They are given all kinds of options that are not legal. When they check with their unions, we as unions find ourselves having to educate the individual, but this is not how the procedure and the process is. So you are being misled. Do not fall into that misleading trap. So we end up, of course, thanks to WhatsApp and to this virtual communication way, we still end up being able to communicate with our members and to have a meaningful dialogue. So I believe that it behooves all teachers' unions to try to transform to the new reality, because we were plunged into the situation of COVID, and probably we are not going back anymore to the old way of doing things. So we have to keep ourselves abreast in situations like this, where we have educational conferences. We can share how we can reimagine our role as a teachers union, and we can also come up with strategies to confront the challenges that we are faced with every day, because every day there's a new challenge that comes at us. So in saying that, I would like to say, I believe that it is really timely, this education conference, and that the role that we as unions have to play have not changed. It is only in a medical jacket, because we becomes the medicine for COVID-19 and the medicine against the abuse and violations of workers' rights and human rights. And we should not sleep and do without using all forms of media communication to denounce these aspects and to make sure that these violations are put to a halt and put to rest. The workers' rights and human rights is the most and key important factor. And when you look at all reports and recommendations and policies, none of them would mention workers' rights or human rights. They would look only at the whole other bigger aspects, but they leave the key players out of the whole equation. So you cannot have, for example, education system with policy and guidelines on distance learning without you having policy and guidelines on the persons that have to move that distance learning from one level to the next. So in saying that, I would like to leave it here and hear from the other discussion panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sister Claire. Very real review and perspective on our theme. And thank you for sharing the Christmas spirit with us. I think Irene needed that as well. We now move on to Brother Jasford Gabriel from the Jamaica Teachers Association, who will now share his perspective with us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sister Charles, colleague panelists, viewers all. And since Gabriel is the name, it's a good time to extend Christmas greetings, best of it to all of us. So the role of trade unions, I think the overarching principle and function of trade unions will not change in terms of dealing with the working conditions and the rights of workers, ensuring that there is fairness and justice. I think what has happened is on account of the COVID-19 pandemic, and like the presenter rightly said, we are not sure what other pandemics will may be upon us. We are now forced in terms of reviewing the way we operate as trade unions and to bring under the microscope some very, very important aspects of engagement with our workers. I think very, very fundamentally, we have to be vigilant enough to ensure and to make sure that governments across the region don't use the COVID-19 pandemic as an excuse to remove some of the rights and justice from our teachers, because there's that real possibility as countries across the region face economic challenges and hardships. Trade unions must be researching and be data driven so that we can make informed judgments and statements as it relates to so many new and different scenarios that are now playing out. And so while the overarching principle of securing better working conditions and of course dealing with professional advancement of our workers, while we deal with those, we have to ensure that the gains that have been made, won hard and fought for stridently through the years, that they are not sacrificed on the altar of excuses on account of the COVID-19 pandemic. We must ensure that our workers continue to be brought into the social safety net. The presenter was right. The International Labour Organization makes it clear that social protection is a human right. And so we have to make sure that we stay vigilant as far as ensuring that these social protection benefits are according to our workers. So some of the areas that we have to make sure that we guide and are very vigilant towards as we go forward includes protecting the health, safety, and well-being of all our workers. And so we are speaking here, we mentioned earlier in terms of mental health and other challenges. We have been thrown into a new kind of dynamic we have to make sure that the rights of our members are not trampled on. Like I said before, in our context here, and I'm sure the same across the region, since March 12, we have seen cases where unreasonable demands were being made of some of our workers on account of maybe work from home orders and persons that may have had underlying conditions and what they were required to do. And so the union had to step in to make sure that there is dialogue, there is collaboration, and that fair play obtains. We have to make sure that we seek to guarantee the financial position and viability of our workers. Against the background, we understand that you know, we will have some negative sentiments maybe from public opinions. Here in Jamaica, we have started to hear already that there should be no wage claim because teachers have been at home since March 12, basically doing nothing, and should not be asking for any increase, although we are coming to the end of a 4-year contract. And so there is that lack of understanding out there and ignorance as far as the role of the teacher is concerned, and the great demands that have been placed on so many of our teachers to transition into online mode and to deal with all the requirements of training, manipulating the different learning management systems, dealing with supervision of students online, dealing with screen time and the effects on eyes and health and so on. And a wider public that is not very forgiving and tolerant as far as our requests are concerned. And so we have to make sure that we have data to support what we are doing, and we continue to enforce the importance and relevance of our teachers in the 21st century as we treat with the issues pertaining to the pandemic. We also must make sure that we get support for teachers who have been affected in terms of fatalities in the COVID-19. That has caused a lot of mental health challenges. So many would have lost loved ones and are struggling still to overcome that while they have to supervise their own kids at home and actually engage in teaching. We have seen cases as well where, because of the COVID-19, some of the disciplinary procedures and grievance procedures have been laid aside, and the union again has had to step in to seek to ensure that teachers are not treated unjustly and unfairly. And so I made the point again that we must engage in research to provide information to stakeholders to guide action. We must look at a risk-benefit analysis. One of the things, and the point was made earlier, the role of the unions cannot be just one of receiving information. We must make sure that we are engaged in meaningful consultation. In more than one region across the Caribbean, we are seeing where the governments may be ahead of the unions in terms of collecting data and therefore have a prescription in terms of how we are to proceed. And if we are not careful, we can become basically reactionary instead of strategic. And so we have to make sure that we are strategic, that we can provide solutions and use data as well to guide that which we are proposing as far as our workers are concerned. It's very important that we collaborate, especially in an atmosphere where collective bargaining is going to be of more significance than before. It's important that unions bond together very closely, you know, across the region, because we are sharing similar kinds of experiences, and it's important that we find points of intersection as much as is possible so that we can gain more strength in terms of a coordinated approach going forward. I made the point that it's important that we maintain mutual respect as we treat with the different governments and with different entities, you know, because we are all in this together. And the truth is, I think we have generally accepted that online teaching and learning is here to stay, certainly in Jamaica. Despite the challenges, I think it has presented great opportunities. We are seeing increased access to internet, increased devices for both teachers and students, and we are transforming slowly into a digital kind of society. With that, we have to make sure that we are very keen in terms of ensuring that in terms of the work from home orders and the Disaster Risk Management Act and the different aspects that are placed within those arrangements, that we are comfortable with them and that the rights of our workers are not infringed. we must have therefore meaningful consultation. Investment must be made in the development of our members. We raise issues in terms of just recently about school inspections, because we believe that unions have to be vigilant to make sure that we remain sensitive to the needs of all our workers. And so we could not understand how in the midst of a pandemic, schools were going to be inspected and given a pass or failing grade at a time when teachers are just trying to understand the different learning management systems. They are still going through the process of retrofitting homes and trying to treat with online instruction in various ways. Students are still, some of them, not accounted for. And so we had to be persistent and very vigilant on that until we could have arrived at a position where it is now treated as a data gathering exercise, which from the beginning we had said we understand if it is we need to do data gathering because it will guide what we are going forward. But it was a cause of much stress and undue strain and anxiety on our workers. And so we had to be very much a part of that process to ensure that our teachers are not treated unfairly, unjustly in that process. And so we continue to promote partnerships. That's one of the things we must do as we move forward as well. And as we redefine the role of trade unions, the more partnerships we can have with private and public sector entities, the more support our teachers can get so that some of the demands can be diversified instead of concentrated in the online platform. Thank you so much. These are some of my preliminary views.
Thank you very much, Brother Gabriel. Well articulated. And I am going to be opening up to receive a few questions because our time is limited. And whilst we do this, I would like to pose a question to the panelists. I know that, well, when we redefine, we re-examine, we reevaluate, etc. What were some of the things that were unearthed, basically? What deficiencies were unearthed in teacher trade unions due to the COVID-19 crisis? Any of our panelists are welcome to answer that, because this is what we're doing when we're redefining, because redefining has to do with change, eventual change. So,
okay, so I could begin and others can chime in. One of the challenges is one that I alluded to earlier, work from home orders, for example. How do we define that? We had a challenge when teachers were required to work from home. And we still had a situation where some administrators were requiring teachers to be out to do their teaching from the school plant, even though the students were not supposed to be there. Teachers have proper internet connectivity, and that was creating a bit of tension as well. And so those things need to be properly defined and properly worked out and communicated instead of it being a kind of autonomous kind of situation where it's subjective as far as the necessities of the school leaders are concerned. We also have the challenge of teachers who have underlying conditions, the comorbidities, and how do we treat with those situations, because they are at greater risk as it is now in our disaster risk management. They are required to work from home, but we still had situations where they were required to be out. So we have to make sure that we also be sure as to how we treat with that in a very firm way. Also have situations where teachers have not been put on schools establishment officially. They continue to be on contractual arrangements as they seek to, because we can understand governments are seeking to secure the economy and they are probably looking in the direction of even maybe public sector cuts. And so we have to be vigilant to ensure that we work hard to secure the tenure of our teachers once they are within the criteria, the establishment that is set up from the school. So these are just three of the areas. I'm sure that the other panelists would want to make a contribution as well. You are muted.
You're muted,
Thank
Sister
you.
Vern.
Yes, go ahead, Sister Trisha.
All right, so some of the deficiencies, some units lack stewards to reach the general membership. Also, we have ministries and unions who are still not working well together. Some schools, teachers have no devices, as well as the students, they don't have any devices to work with remotely. And there's still also the issue of poor internet connection. Schools as well lack sufficient education support personnel to assist with the additional workloads in schools. Some schools have reopened in Nevis, St. Kitts and Nevis schools. We have reopened, and some schools still lack those education support personnel, which would assist greatly with the sanitization of the schools. Thank you, Sister Brown.
Sister
Yep.
Vern, if I may add, I'm not going to repeat what, but I would add that some of the things that we have noticed was the lack of training for teachers, where the workload became even greater, and the, how you would say, the curriculum base or the way that you would deal with face-to-face, this is what the school managers were still expecting a continuation of. For example, you know, they still were demanding lesson plans from the teachers. The teachers having to do a different type of preparation work, and also trying to cope with how to evaluate their work. They were still being bombarded with these regular type of inspections, as I would say, or expectations of handing in as if we were in a normal situation. So a lot of teachers also felt the excess workload, where they were feeling, there was a lot of feelings of burnt out. And when we had to restart the new school year, which for us is in August, then we saw that quickly that had to be put back, because there was a number of things that were not in place, including the buildings that were not, the facilities that were not up to par to meet the standard of having students return to school. So, which means now we got an extended period of online, with all what Tricia also mentioned already, you know, lack of devices, etc. So for us, it unearthed how many students were being left behind also. On a daily basis, we had teachers having to play the role of a police, having to, you know, call students to order to be part of the classroom. It was more correction than if they were in a face-to-face setting. You know, you would have students putting up a picture and they disappear from in front of the device. When you catch up with them, they are busy mopping the house or doing certain things. So it is basically a lot of challenges that the teacher had, and our teachers, and therefore the union also, because we were not involved in foreseeing or even in planning the continuity of how school should continue in the future. Some said blended learning, but the blended learning also gave a number of challenges. So therefore, this is what I believe we also saw on earth came forward. These are things that came forward that, you know, and it made a lot of teachers scared, because as they opened back up the school to face, we had a number of schools that had, you know, even if it was 1 or 2 cases, they had to close the schools again. and have them reassess and clean and do all kind of things before again. So we end up losing or doing things double or losing more time like that, because we would have, according to me, if we had taken the time to prepare teachers that were not that strong and to help each other in knowing different ways and means of reaching to their students, probably we would have had a more effective and more positive outcome within the online teaching, which is going to be, in my way, the norm. It's going to be now the norm of one of the standards, the educational standards that we have to look out for. However, the students of the exam classes were treated with a different approach, because people felt that they should, make sure that those exam students got what they need so that they can compete, so that they can be successful in the exam. And we saw that happened throughout the region with the CXC exams. In St. Martin, we also write CXC, plus we write Dutch from the Netherlands, exams coming from the Netherlands. And by doing that special treatment to the exam students, we were able to save the academic year of 2019-2020, even though, we had a lockdown from in March. So those were some of the things that we saw coming.
Thank you very much, Sister Claire. We're now going to take questions, and I think we have a question from Brother Julian Monrose from St. Lucia. Brother Monrose? A comment or question?
Hello, good evening to all. Very good discussion. I have listened very carefully to the panel discussion, and I accept that the fundamental role of teachers' unions is to advocate for its members, for teachers, in terms of working conditions, safeguarding employment, etc. But I want to put on the table that teachers' unions are not general unions. And so we, unlike general unions, we operate on two legs. The pure trade union leg of advocating for better working conditions, etc., for teachers. But there is also that very important role of a professional association that we play. So we're standing on two legs, the professional leg and the trade union leg. And I think I would like to suggest that especially in this COVID period, as we look at our changing role, that we do not lose sight. Now, I know because of the situation that COVID has brought upon us, I know there may be the tendency, to focus on that immediate issue. But if we lose sight of the professional aspect and to be advocates for education, we may find ourselves in some difficulty as teacher trade unions, because many of our members are very passionate about education, and more than the working conditions, that is one of the things perhaps that draw them to the union. Also, if we, in becoming even greater advocates for quality education, I think we will be able to better cement our respect within the community, because people will see that we are not only about our self-interest, but that we are in fact advocating for for children, for better education. In fact, in some territories I've picked up that we are more passionate about quality education than the ministries of education themselves. So I just wanted to put on the table that we do not forget that critical aspect of our role, that role of professional association. Thank you.
Can I comment?
Go ahead, Mr. Brother Gabriel.
Yes, just to say thanks to Julian. I think very, very important points that were raised there. So it's just due to the inadequacy of time, but in my presentation, I would have alluded to that very, very important aspect of professional advancement and how we continue to invest, for example, in the training of our teachers. And we also have to monitor in terms of what our government is doing, how fast they would want our teachers to acquire all of this knowledge, and then to be appraising within a short period of time as to how much progress has been made. And in supporting what Julian is saying, our association here just recently joined up with a one device per child initiative to make a very tangible contribution to support those who are disconnected and are not able to join as far as the teaching and learning process is concerned. In fact, our theme for the conference here speaks to promoting digital transformation and positive values and attitudes. Both of those would fall within the realm of the professional advancement. So whereas we are strong on advocacy, we are also very, very strong on that other leg of professional development. And I'm sure it's something that all our unions would want to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Gabriel. We had Sister Aneta Alexander Hunt. Is she still there? That was a final question. Sister Hunt? Okay, I'm not hearing Sister Hunt. So right now, I would like to invite each of our panelists, our time is almost up, to just give us a few closing remarks, about 30 seconds, since we are running out of time. So I pass on to you, Sister Tricia of the Navy's Teachers Union.
Yes, and we were talking about teacher trade unions redefining of their roles. The trade unions, they must be able to defend against layoffs and wage reduction. Teachers unions must work collaboratively with the ministries of education. The ministries should not work in isolation to hand out whatever they see fit to us. The trade union should strive as fast as possible to work with the ministries to shape the future of education. The unions need to be proactive and engaged. Trade unions need to get involved in issues as a result of COVID. The vaccines, some teachers would be against it, and our trade unions would have to represent and respect the decisions of our membership as well. And lastly, we must be able to find some way to highlight our teachers that go the extra mile. We need to document, we need to put on pen and paper and have that information there for publicity and also prosperity.
Thank you very much, Sister Tricia Williams from the Navy's Teachers Union. We now move on to Brother Pedro Shepherd of the Barbados Union of Teachers for his closing remarks. Brother Shepherd.
I tried to unmute up there. No, it was unmute with my name. Yes, good evening again. Just let me concur with my fellow panelists. In particular, let me continue from where Tricia would have left off just now. I think, though, that we have to, going forward, focus a lot on education and training of our membership. I think that teacher trade unions have to now look more towards having professional staff, as I indicated earlier, to do a lot of the legwork. Julian would have spoken about standing on two legs, the professional leg and the trade union leg. While the trade union leg, while the professional leg might be strong, I think that the trade union leg, though, needs some support, and the unions within the Caribbean Union of Teachers might very well have to look. I know Jamaica might have gone that route, where we employ staff to assist us in doing some of that work in terms of industrial relations and so on, because there are lots of things happening during this COVID period, and it is too much on teachers who are working full time to be able to keep track of the many things. We are getting a lot of governments across the region who are unilaterally making changes because of the COVID pandemic, using that as the excuse. And I don't think that the teachers who are volunteering their services to the trade union has the time really to serve, and we may have to go through the CUT in seeing if we could get some support through EI or other agencies to help finance staff and so on for some of the smaller trade unions or those without the professional staff. But I think that we have had a fairly good discussion. It could have been a lot longer. I would have wanted to hear more of the participants contributing. But I trust that as we go forward, the CUT would use the opportunity of this COVID-19 period to have more sessions. Whilst we were meeting 2 or 3 times per year, we can now meet maybe every quarter, so that we keep abreast, look at what each other is doing, look at best practices and so on, so that we continue to strengthen each other as we move forward in this CUT organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Pedro. Thank you, Brother Pedro. Mr. Claire, we now will take your closing remarks.
Well, in closing, I would like to say, in a small setting, being a teachers union, representing not only teachers, but the non-teaching staff in school, in schools, you see it very important of being also involved and also liaison and being part of the workers' movement when it pertains to civil servants, police, and therefore we have been part as Y2 of the umbrella where we defend the workers of St. Martin, and that umbrella we call the Windward Island Chamber of Labor Unions. So within redefining our role, we don't only look at the teachers and the teachers' rights and their violations to their rights, but we look at the broader spectrum, and there you have the support of the presidents and other support staff of the other unions also to be able to support you in your efforts and things like that. Of course, when it comes to professional development, our teachers feel that a lot is being brought down from them. And during this pandemic, they themselves were the strength of their selves. A lot of those teachers taught themselves how to do things. So they have enough now that they can share. So I believe within the professional development, we should use our own teachers to continue to develop others, and also to help in the situations of developing and charting the way forward in this pandemic of COVID-19. I would also continue to echo the sentiments of us as Caribbean Union of Teachers, having more frequent meetings with this, even with this format. Even though nothing beats the face-to-face, but in this format, we can also have a lot more contact with each other. And basically, even though we might have some issues with internet now and then, we know that we will be able to, how you would say, have that type of dialogue, the same dialogue that we are asking from the government, that we as an organization, Caribbean Union of Teachers, can have that type of dialogue where we can also make a difference in certain policies, plans, strategies, and other things that has to happen. So I would like to thank you all for your time and wish you all a pleasant season going forward. Because we don't know how COVID got here, but we have to continue with our season.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sister Claire. Brother Gabriel, your closing remarks?
Thank you. This has been very interesting. So just to remind all of us that we are in this together. And so the idea of collaboration is so very, very important. So I agree with Sister Claire there. I can't overemphasize the point. Trade unions must be very vigilant, more vigilant than ever, to ensure that the gains that we have made are not sacrificed on the altar of COVID-19 realities. These were the sweat and tears and toils of so many that have gone on before us. And I also want to close by just on a very optimistic note. Despite the challenges, and there are many, I think there's a great opportunity to move education forward. I think it's the most exciting period. I think it's Nadine that said that initially in her presentation. Certainly in my lifetime, the most exciting period in education, as we look on the blended modality and the diverse opportunities that now exist and how much more efficient our teachers and students can become on the global scene. And so we must, as trade unions, we must continue to reimagine education and to make sure that we are data-driven and not just responsive, but strategic. I close with the words of Henry Adams. For all of us as teachers, teachers affect eternity. We can never tell where our influence ends. God bless you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Brother Gabriel, and thank you very much, panelists. Indeed, you've made this a very wonderful session, a very wonderful and interesting session. And we have come to the end of our discussion. There was, of course, much food for thought. I encourage us to use that food to help us navigate through COVID-19, of course, ensuring that we keep a balance on both legs and that we remain strong as unions. We continue to provide support for each other and remain strong as a CUT. So with that, brothers and sisters, we remain union strong. Long live. Thank you.
Yay.
Sister Wendy, just before you come in, just to allow the panelists to hear that we are also streaming live on YouTube and Facebook, and we are receiving comments from the chat there and comments. Excellent panel discussion. Well done, panelists. Very informative, Sister Claire. Thanks for sharing. We also getting thanks and appreciation on the Facebook platform as well. Just felt that needed to be shared at this point as we proceed through the program. Thank you very much, Sister Wood and Sister Bino.
And thank you very much, Brother GS. I will now take you through the next half of the program. And my name is Julian Cambridge, Second Vice President of the Guyana Teachers Union. And I bring you greetings from the new I-found country in the world. Good. As we move along with the program, and you want to agree with me, that it's very informative and very heartrending to know that our colleagues can sit together and have discussions from their homes in the evening. None of us see this coming in 2020. At this time, I would like us to put our hands together and let us welcome a cultural item from the Montserrat Teachers Union. So put your hands together for Montserrat Union of Teachers. Good. Thank you very much, Montserrat Union of Teachers. And as we move along with the program, even though we're sitting here as educators, we have some students who would be joining us along the program to share their experience, how the COVID them along their school life. So let's welcome experience during COVID-19, a student resident in the Grenadines. So let's welcome the student as he or she brings their greetings to us as teachers.
I am 15-year-old Marika Batiste, a fifth form science student of the St. Vincent Girls High School, and this was my experience during the COVID-19 pandemic. In March of 2020, while I was in Guadeloupe on my school social science trip, we were rushed home due to the spike in COVID-19 cases. I found this quite unnerving as we were simply told to pack up and head to the airport. And to add to the confusion, upon arrival back home in St. Vincent, a couple of my fellow students had to undergo testing, and then we were later told that we had to engage in a 14-day home quarantining period. Home quarantining was not that bad, as I found different ways to entertain myself, such as making funny home videos, learning to cook, and spending time with my family who had to quarantine with me also. Online school, however, was a different story. I found it quite difficult, especially to keep focus, as it was a new concept to me and I don't think I ever fully got accustomed to it. I also think it was more difficult for those students who had to do CSEC, and as a participant in my school accelerated maths program, I was one of those students. But thanks to the grace of God and the excellent efforts of our teachers, we were able to pull through, as they made sure we remained focused and did our best. COVID-19 has brought challenges that I think we as students will never forget, but I see these challenges as learning experiences and a reminder that we should never ever take anything for granted. Goodbye and have a happy holiday. Hello everyone, I am 15-year-old Marika Batiste, a fifth form science student of the St. Vincent Girls.
Thank you very much, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And as we all aware, when the pandemic started in March, it took all of us by surprise. And our students are expressing how disappointing and disappointed they were at that time. But nevertheless, we have to thank God for teachers. And as we move along, I want to ask Brother P. John, who will introduce our speaker for the next session. So Mr. P. John of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Teacher Union, the floor is now yours to introduce our guest speaker. Mr. John?
Good evening all, are you hearing me now?
Yes, but barely.
And if you realize the pandemic has not only affected teachers, but also the internet signal.
Are you hearing me now?
Your volume is very low, Mr. John. The volume is very low.
I try to fix that. Any better? Are you now?
Yes.
Okay, so should I go ahead?
Yes.
I'm hoping that everybody's hearing me. Wendy, are you hearing me?
We are hearing you loud and clear. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me just, before I begin with my introduction of our next speaker, let me just say that the discussion so far has been quite edifying. I am sorry.
Yes, I'm coming up here. What me?
Hello?
That's what your wife called and tell me.
Mr. Anderson.
Hearing you.
Hello?
Go ahead, P. John.
Okay, I just started. Anyway, before I begin, as I was saying, I want to commend the presenters and panelists so far for the interesting discussion. Quite edifying, quite stimulating. I'm sorry I missed the opening session. I don't know if you said a prayer, but I would like to begin with a prayer to and for Flo to sustain us for the rest of the program. With that said, for me to introduce our next speaker, who will be speaking on the topic self-care strategies for educators during a crisis, supporting personal, social, and emotional well-being. No other person but Dr. Joselle Miller. Okay, just give a minute, please. Let me just get her bio. Yes, Dr. Joselle Miller from St. Vincent and the Grenadines is a health psychologist with the Ministry of Health, Wellness and the Environment and the Milton K2 Memorial Hospital. Dr. Miller holds a PhD in health psychology from the University of Birmingham, UK. She also holds a Master's of Science degree in Applied Psychology, specializing in health, a Bachelor's of Science honors degree in Psychology from the University of the West Indies, Mona campus in Jamaica. And she is also a certified qualified assistant teacher with special training in secondary level education. In fact, I think she was one of my students at that time at the college. Dr. Miller serves at the moment as a wellness consultant, and she is the founder of the Value Experience, value being the Latin word for wellness, promotes the holistic wellness of the individual, allowing the person to achieve their fullest potential through this avenue. She is NLP certified resilience life coach with excellence assured from the UK. Dr. Miller is also the co-author in an academic journal topic exploring the pressures of medical education from a mental health and wellness perspective. She's a weekly columnist in the Searchlight newspaper here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and she's a host of the program on NBC Radio called Heart to Heart with Dr. Miller. Her latest initiative, she is an entrepreneur and now co-owner of an entity called Luxury Picnics. Dr. Miller is a devout Christian, very jovial, meticulous, and ardent about her work, and she has a deep and genuine interest in helping others. And I'm pretty sure that we'll all benefit tonight from her contribution. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Are you hearing me?
I'm hearing you.
Okay, very good. Good evening, everyone. It is my honor to be here with each and every one of you on these different platforms on Zoom, YouTube, and Facebook. And I am thankful for the honor. In a previous life, I was a teacher, and Mr. Pijan was actually, as he pointed out, my lecturer. And I am honored to be amongst such educated intellectuals across our region. And one of the things that I would want to say out front is that we understand that this has been a very unprecedented year, that this has been a time when a lot of persons had to come out of their comfort zone, that you had to stretch yourself beyond the limits, stretch yourself beyond what you were used to as considered the norm. And as such, it allowed for persons to become overwhelmed, to feel stressed. And because of that, some persons got to a place where they felt as if they were so overwhelmed that they could not function normally. And tonight is very important for us to look at elements of self-care and how do we manage stress. One of the things that we say a lot in the Caribbean is Mina able. I don't know about the other regions, but one of the things I hear a lot about a lot of our teachers in St. Vincent, I can't be bothered, or in our dialect, I can't bother, Mina able. And you get to a place where you feel that I have done so much and I am now at the place where I just simply feel like I can't push myself anymore. The truth is, or the reality is, that as a teacher, you are what we consider to be the chief cook and bottle washer. So for many teachers, your role is not just to educate the children in the classroom or virtually or however, you may be involved in nurturing their lives, but you have to be mother, father, counselor, nurse, doctor, nutritionist, a lot of different things. When you think of a teacher, the role of a teacher cannot be underestimated. It cannot be overlooked as being something that is minuscule, all right? And because of the nature of a teacher, being that you have to show compassion and you have to actually extend yourself to care for your students even beyond the classroom, that you have to think about those who may be abused, those who may be in situations where they are not living out their fullest potential. After a while, because you care for your students, you care for your family members, you care for other persons in your community and other groups that you're in, you run the risk of what we call compassion fatigue. If you can go back to that previous slide, you run the risk of having compassion fatigue, which is a combination of physical, emotional, and spiritual depletion associated with caring for people in distress. And when we think of COVID, that so many persons, especially our students, were fearful. Parents were frustrated. They did not understand what was happening. They could not manage to help their children at home to really navigate through the virtual world. And a lot of persons experience a high level of distress. And in some cases, this distress and frustrations was dumped on the teacher. So the teacher sometimes become what we call the metaphorical saturated sponge. When we think of a sponge, and a sponge is used as a cleaning agent, you use it as a cleaning tool, that you're there cleaning your surfaces. If you do not take the time to actually wash that sponge and to make sure that all of the germs and the dirt and the particles that is now pressed into that sponge, that you take the time to make sure you wash it and clean it, the sponge becomes now an agent for bacteria and illness, because all of the food, all of the germs, everything is still patted in there. When we think of our own lives in the caring profession, if everybody dumps on us, then we have now taken on a level of negativity and toxicity from everyone else, that if you don't take the time to actually purge yourself, you can run the risk of shutting down. You can run the risk of becoming counterproductive, whereby where you should have been helping, because of all of the burdens that you're now carrying, then you become, an agent of actually creating more hurt and more pain, rather than actually helping the process. Next slide. So some of the symptoms of compassion fatigue, and even as I speak, you think about your own life and figure out whether or not you have experienced any of these symptoms at any point. When we think of work, it becomes a dreaded experience that we want to avoid. So even as we think of the fact that you have to now move from a physical face-to-face interaction, that you have to go to the virtual space, some teachers felt like, I can't do this. I dreaded the whole idea of having to sit behind a screen because I can't connect. Then there is a lower empathy, that you get so frustrated, and sometimes if you're not getting the support of the administration of the school and all of these other areas, and the support of the parents, your empathy goes down, that you no longer feel the need to empathize with students who cannot manage. Absenteeism, you start disappearing. Teacher X, teacher Y not showing up for the classes. There's a lack of enjoyment. So the thing that you enjoyed, you like to teach, you like to make sure you educate and have your students functioning at their optimum, you have now lost that passion and that drive. Emotionally, you become irritable, anxious, oversensitive, very restless. Some persons gravitate towards substances like drinking alcohol, smoking marijuana. You become resentful, poor judgment, and a lack of concentration. Physically, when persons are stressed, you have a lot of headaches, tension headaches. You have muscle tension, and it carries across the shoulders and sometimes the lower back. A lot of stress as well can also cause for the release of different hormones in the body, cortisol being one that causes belly fat. So when we see sometimes people putting on weight around their midsection only, you have to wonder if it is as a result of stress, because a lot of the times fat from stress is stored in your midsection. Gastroenteritis problems, insomnia, fatigue. Next slide. So what is specific to educators? Vicarious trauma. This is where you feel through the experience of others. So if, for instance, you have not been really affected by certain things that you're probably managing better as it relates to the virtual world, you're managing better in terms of how you reach out to your students, and your students are liaising with you, and you're basically fine. But when you speak to your colleagues and they begin to share their frustration vicariously, you start taking on the experience of others. Also, when we look in terms of if, as a teacher, you feel as if you would have been victimized, discriminated, you're not getting a lot of the support in your school or whatever the case is, vicariously, that trauma can also be extended or projected towards someone else, and that person can take on that trauma that you're experiencing at your school, and it becomes so embedded within them that we experience what is called also secondary trauma, which creates symptoms similar to that of PTSD. So anything that resembles or feels like something you have heard before from one of your colleagues, it puts you in that frame of mind that you yourself start experiencing some of the same symptoms that your colleagues may have been experiencing, physically and emotionally. all right? Vicarious meaning that you are living through, basically, the lives of someone else. Next slide. So we understand that traumatic events usually come with a ripple effect. So when you think of throwing a rock on the water and it bounces and it creates this big ripple, this is what happens. When something such as COVID takes place and it's a pandemic that affects every single person, no one could have basically said that I was unaffected. We were all affected in some way, some more than others. So the ripple effects went far and wide. And because of that, what we found was that there were some persons who didn't have a safe haven. You didn't have a place where you can simply go, reboot, breathe, and catch yourselves. Because everybody was affected, not just teachers, but nurses, doctors, police, everybody was affected. So that you didn't have that sort of support network where other persons could have taken the time to feed into what you're feeling in terms of your own personal frustrations, because everyone else were also affected in their own corner. All right, so trauma comes with a ripple effect. And the ripple effect can also be in terms of our behavioral responses, that when we are affected, you tend sometimes to project that hurt and that pain, that frustration, that irritability on someone else. And when that other person becomes affected by what you have transferred, they then transfer that same thing to the next person. And that's how it keeps going on. And it becomes a perpetual cycle until it is broken. Next. So professional burnout is one of the things that we see a lot following someone having developed compassion fatigue. All right, so you have been doing a lot, you have been carrying a lot, you have been extending yourself, but you haven't taken that time to actually breathe, to actually take a break, to actually process, to actually take some time out and figure out what is it you need right now to actually strengthen your resource, your inner resource. So if you have been going, eventually you get to a place where there is professional burnout, disengagement, and withdrawal. And it goes back to my second slide that says, I can't be bothered. You just simply feel as if it is too much. And one of the things that we noted during the peak moments of the COVID experience was that a lot of persons were having Zoom meetings after Zoom meetings after Zoom meetings. So persons literally were just stuck in front of a screen. This is something that a lot of persons were not very used to. So you got to a place where you felt overly burdened. And as they put it, all zoomed out. I had enough Zoom. I can't see another Zoom meeting. I can't be on another Zoom meeting because I feel as if literally it's overwhelming. So the results of professional burnout, you have chronic neglect, emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, reduced sense of accomplishment, and losing your passion, your vision. Okay, so everything that would have been the driving force in the initial stages when you started out as a teacher, that would have gotten you out of bed, that would have excited you to want to go on. These very same things now have been causing your exhaustion, has been causing you to lose sight of what your vision is, lose sight of what your personal mission is as a teacher. Next. So we want to zone in on the fact that one of the main causes for professional burnout is poor self-care. But I also want to point out that there are some cases where perfectionism can cause persons to feel overly stretched and overwhelmed. And we have to differentiate between being a perfectionist and exuding excellence. Perfectionism versus excellence. Too often, persons strap themselves into a corner trying to make sure that they are perfect all the time. And perfection sometimes, as a matter of fact, in most cases, perfectionism is something that is quite elusive. Because perfectionism, in a sense, can also become very subjective, because what might be perfect for me may not be perfect for someone else. So you look at your own personality type. Are you a type A personality that keep driving yourself to achieve the next thing, one after the next after the next? Or is your personality one that is more lax and laid back and lends itself to things like procrastination? Procrastination in itself also creates avenues for more stress in your life. Failure to maintain boundaries so that your school life, your work life is transferred into your family life and all of the other subgroups that you might be in. So there are no parameters. Everything basically is clumped together. And that in itself is a recipe for persons to shut down. Poor self-care. We have heard the term over and over again. Self-care is important, but what really is self-care? Because I have really been listening and following on social media a lot. And when persons tend to think, make mention of self-care, what I see a lot of is a lot of parties. I'm living my best life. This is my self-care process. That includes a lot of excessive drinking and, some negative behaviors that in the end, would create its own consequence. So you have to ask yourself, how have you been taking care of yourself? How have you been managing your stress level? Next slide. Take a break when you feel your tolerance is diminishing. How many of us are aware of our own personal physical triggers? When you're becoming overwhelmed, there are some persons, when they are stressed, you can hear it in their voice, that the voice begins to crack. There are some persons, you can actually see it being worn on their person, their face. You have the cringes in the forehead. You can see that the person sometimes, is not sleeping because they are basically having bouts of insomnia and they have been overthinking. When do you take a break? Do you take a break when you are forced to, when your body basically shuts you down? Or do you know that, okay, within every hour, I need to at least take 5 minutes, take a moment and just simply be calm and relax? How often do you stay in touch with family and friends? Because when we are overwhelmed as well with so many different targets, so many different responsibilities, we tend to separate ourselves because we are consumed. So we don't take the time to actually check in with family or even allow family to check in with us. Okay, everything becomes very fast-paced and superficial. Diffuse briefly whenever you experience a troubling incident. So even as you are thinking about COVID, and COVID has its own professional and personal challenges that came with it, how do you debrief and diffuse? All right, meaning, do you have someone that you can call and just talk to about your experience for this particular day? Can you be comfortable just simply, venting and letting things out? Or are you the person who tends to hold everything in because you're fearful for confidentiality issues, you're fearful that persons are going to judge you differently? What is it that would have been contributing to you feeling burnt out along the way? And then you look at your peer support system in terms of, you have these unions. Are there persons within the union, within your subgroups that would check in and make sure that everyone is functional? Next. So when we think of the role of a teacher, you are there as a support. You are there to basically bridge the parents, the children. You have to balance both sides because the parents have expectations, the children have expectations, the ministry have expectations in terms of what you need to do. If you self-sacrifice a lot and practice poor self-care, it leads to fatigue and burnout. Good self-care leads to satisfaction and resilience. And we are all resilient people. We can bounce back from most things. All right. It is just that for a lot of persons, we tend not to take the time to tap into the inner resource that we have. Next. So self-care is the practice or rituals we use to reduce stress, cope with the challenges of work, enhance subjective sense of well-being, and replenish your energy levels. When you think of self-care, think about being on a flight and the flight attendant says, in the case of emergency and the oxygen mask comes down, put your mask on first. It means taking care of yourself is so important for you to do in order for you to be able to take care of someone else. Next slide. You can't teach what you don't know, and you can't lead where you won't go. You have to be able to understand that just as you are teaching your children in the school, your own personal children and all the people around you, we teach persons every single day how to treat us based on what we accept and what we accept for ourselves, meaning what we do for ourselves resonates. So you have to now make yourself a priority and understand that being a priority does not mean that you are selfish. It means that you love yourself and honor and respect yourself and the body that you have, being that it's a gift that we have to take care of. We have to understand that self-care means good stewardship. You have to be able to steward and take care of this machinery that we have. Next. There are different dimensions to an individual. When we think of personal wellness, you can't just simply think about the absence of disease, meaning that we look only at the physiological or the biology. But we have to think of all of the different components of your life: the emotional, social, occupational, intellectual, environmental, spiritual. All of these things make up an individual. So when you are seeking to think of a self-care strategy or plan, it has to include components from all of these different dimensions. Any part that is left hanging, or if you drop the ball on one dimension, it means that you can run the risk of being off balance, and an off balance individual will not be totally functional. Okay, there's always going to be that void where the person keeps looking to fulfill something else. Next. We can go again. Next. Right, so it's a multi-dimensional approach that we have to take. Your body, think about your diet, your exercise, your sleep, and how often you go to the doctor. This is very important. When you get to a particular age, and most persons, once you have passed the age of 35, you have to start thinking that you have to do regular checks, regular medical checks. There are some persons, especially males, who shy away from going to the doctor until there is something severely wrong and you are basically brought to your knees and have to be taken in. But part of your self-care regimen or your routine has to be that you keep on top of things. That you know, just as you have a car, that you have to service your car maybe every 6 months, depending on the use of the car, how badly you use it, or how often and how rigorous you use it. You then have to take it into the shop for a good service. Think about your body the very same way. So you have to start looking in terms of cancer checks, prostate, breast cancer, do your self-examinations, all of these things. This is part of the self-care process. You understand that the older you get, that you can't maintain the same diet you had when you were 16. Excessive sugar, excessive salt, you know, the lack of exercise. And I hasten to say that when we think of exercise, persons say, well, you know, I walk every day. My class is on the third floor. I have to walk up the steps every single day, or I walk from the bus stop to the school or to my house, whatever. That's not exercise anymore. Anything that has become routine, that you are not now stretching your body to go beyond your comfort level, is not really exercise. You have been active, but you're not exercising. You need to at least put your body through some, you know, incremental pressure or stress so that you can build your lung capacity, that you can stretch your muscles, okay? And one of the things that is very important as well is stretching, that you take the time to actually stretch your limbs, because the older you get and you're not moving and stretching, you're going to seize up. Sleep, adequate sleep. Get into bed early enough. You have to make sure that you create the best sleep hygienic environment. You know, turn off the lights, no devices, all of these different things helps with your sleep. If it is that you're a person who tends to overthink a lot and you have a lot on your mind that keeps you up, you know, you have to use a notepad at the side of your bed before you go to sleep, and you have said your prayers and done your devotion. Write on that. Put everything for the next day on that pad, so that you're basically doing what we call a dumping, a brain dump. All right. Emotional. How often do you feel that you can either express yourself or you have to keep things pent up on the inside? Debriefing is very important. When you go through your day, at the end of the day, reflect what transpired today, what could have been done differently, and talk about it. Find some trusted person that you can talk things through, because failure to do that, we regurgitate the same patterns over and over again. And as Einstein says, that the best definition you can find for insanity is doing the very same thing over and over again, but we expect a different result. The mind, stress management, personal development. How often do we try to take on something new? Okay, keep our minds alert. Your relationships, are you investing in good relationships? If I see the persons you hang out with, I will tell you how strong you are in terms of your resilience factor. I'll tell you in terms of whether or not you are in a space of growth or you're in a space where you're actually dying. Because the people around us reflect a lot about who we are. Next. Do you take on manageable pieces of work? Or do you extend yourself for the sake of perfectionism or being competitive? Do you take on too much and then you get to the space where you can't pull through, you can't function and pull through, give the outcomes in the end? Do you have the support from supervisors, from your principals, from, you know, persons within the ministry? Do you feel as teachers that persons are there to support your efforts, your ideas? Professional development. Is there investments being made into the teachers so that even as you are teaching and you are giving out and you need now to be replenished mentally and otherwise? Spiritually, have you found meaning in life? You know, and some persons say, oh, I'm not spiritual, I'm not religious, but there is a source that you need to connect with on the inside. All right. Are you someone who values things like volunteering and being helpful? Because even as you do that, it goes back again that if you keep giving out, compassionate fatigue is also quite possible. Next. So how do we reduce our stress? First and foremost, you have to process whether or not you're in an actual stressful situation, because sometimes it could be that it is a perceived stress and it is not real. All right. So by expectation, sometimes we react in a particular way. So I could be someone who is not particularly bothered by, let me use the example of barking dogs, or I see a dog on the outside, whatever. I'm not scared of a dog. But because I'm around other persons who are very scared and terrified of the dog, their reaction, and we go back to the vicarious trauma that we create an imaginary box. Just as we start looking at and identifying all of the stresses, create an imaginary box of how you can now cope with each and every challenge that has been presented. Okay? And your strategy goes back to your personality. What is your go-to remedy? There are some persons, again, go inside themselves. Some persons extend outward. So you have to figure out, what type of person am I? What type of person are you? And how best do you cope? So for me, one of my biggest strategies would be to sleep. Whenever I feel stressed and pushed and pulled, I tend to withdraw somewhat and I take the time to actually be quiet and I sleep. Think about it. What is your go-to stress reduction strategy? Next slide. So relaxation techniques are very important when it comes to managing stress. Controlled or deep breathing. Oftentimes, we realize that as adults, we breathe very shallow. We take enough in just to get by. When we remember seeing a baby taking a nap, a baby sleeping, you can actually physically see that movement because the baby is breathing very deeply, all right, to expand the lung. We have to get into the habit, even when you're not stressed, to practice deep breathing in the morning, during the day, and especially at night before you go to bed. So you take a deep breath and you fill up your diaphragm and you hold that breath for a period, a count of 10, and you start counting down 10, 9, 8 in your mind. And as you get to 1, the last bit of breath or air should be coming out of your body. Okay? When you do this, especially when you're feeling stressed and tense, the breathing can calm you and cause you to go into relaxation. All right? One of the things that you can also remind yourself as you're taking deep breaths is keep saying, it's okay, I'm fine, I'm good, relax. All right? Next slide. Muscle relaxation. One of the things, as I said before, we carry stress a lot in our muscles and we have that muscle tension. So what is important is for us to contract and release each part of our body where we have muscles that would be tense and tight. So let's say, for instance, in the shoulders where a lot of the stress is, you want to squeeze tightly, as tight as possible, and you want to hold again, and then you're going to release. And every time you do that, your muscles contract and get tight, and then you release and you start feeling literally that the muscle is also going into relaxation. All right. And you couple doing that with your deep breathing exercises, bringing oxygen into your body. Next. So there is this website that you can find a lot more relaxation techniques that you can also try on your own and share with your friends, your colleagues, your family. Next. Mental techniques are one of the most important parts of the whole plan because we can do a lot of these things which are behavioral, but we believe that our mental process determines our behavior. So we have to fix our thought processes first. If you have been accumulating a lot of negative thoughts about yourself, about the world, about your current environment, it is going to affect who you are. It is going to affect your confidence. It's going to affect the way in which you process information and respond to the world. So we have to now filter a lot of what is on the inside of our minds. So start thinking. Every negative thought that comes in, you have to be deliberate now to do what is called thought stopping. So you stop that negative thought, and just as you stop yourself, so you're thinking that I am incompetent. Let's use that as an example, that we often think so negatively about ourselves. I'm incompetent. Persons are going to think that I'm not a good teacher. I'm not X, Y, or Z. When you're thinking that, you're stopping yourself and you're now replacing it with a positive thought that says that I may not have all of the necessary skills here and now in this present moment, but I'm going to develop myself to be better. I'm a work in progress. So that changes the whole dynamic. It changes the way in which you view the situation. And because you see it differently, you can react to it differently. Next. Positive self-statements, I am statements, affirmations. Every single day, whilst, you know, a lot of stressful things are going on around us, we have to remind ourselves, I am strong, I am smart, I'm confident, I'm an overcomer. All of these things, positive words that you feed into yourself can now affect your whole outlook of life. Even when we are overwhelmed by all of the negative things, the news and all of the things going on, start thinking of things that you can be grateful for. The fact that we have made it to the 16th of December 2020, it's a lot to be thankful for, which means that if we take a moment to roll back the curtains, if we take a moment to actually count our blessings, you'll realize that sometimes we have so much more to be grateful for than we have to actually be sad about. Okay? So take the time to speak positively by using positive affirmations, as well as start, you know, probably making a gratitude journal if you haven't done one before. So every day you wake up in the morning, you can write one thing that you're grateful for, and then before you sleep at night, you write something else that you're grateful for. And try your best never to repeat something you said before, which forces you to start thinking of all of the many benefits in our lives. Things we take for granted. We take a lot of things for granted. The fact that you can sit on your bottom on a chair without being assisted is something to be thankful for. The fact that you're going to the bathroom by yourself, for yourself, no tubes, no medical assistance or anything like that, be thankful. All right. So we take a lot of things for granted that we need to start taking stock of and becoming more grateful, and it changes, it gives us a positive outlook. Next. So I want to invite each and every one of you to create an individualized action plan. All right. So it basically says that when you are stressed, when a particular stressor, and you can name what your stressor is, happens, I begin to feel a particular way. So now you're identifying the fact that when a particular thing happens, for instance, that the internet shuts down, I get aggravated. I start getting angry, that to the point I can feel like my whole body is getting warm. So that's a physical reaction. I will use this particular technique, which says that I'm going to start taking deep breaths. And as I take deep breaths, I'm going to calm down and realize that this internet is out of my control, so I'm not going to stress the small stuff. I'm not going to stress what I cannot change. Okay, that's an individualized action plan that we have to try and put into practice on a regular basis. Next. So list 3 activities under each category, right? So for the physical, the things I do to take care of my body. Emotional, things I do to take care of my feelings. Cognitive, things I do to improve my mind and to help to better myself. So each and every person in your own spare time, you can make your own self-care plan or strategy, because it varies for every single individual. Next. Social, the things I do in relation to others. Financial, the things I do to spend. And this is a very serious part, because financial, a lot of persons took their finances for granted until COVID. And now we are in the Christmas season. And one thing I know about Vincentians, I can't really speak for the other territories, but Vincentians love to shop for Christmas, and shop unnecessarily at that, because you know, you feel that I have to replace the curtains, I have to do this. Why? We have to be very, very, very prudent. We have to be very smart and wise in terms of how we steward our finances, because COVID is here in 2020. We do not know what 2021 looks like. So we have to exercise good wisdom, all right, and make better choices. The spiritual, the things I do to gain perspective on my life. Next slide. So all of these will form part of your self-care activity plan. Every single day, you know, you can add something else, When you think about it, you can write it down and it will be your go-to strategy that is uniquely designed to assist you because you understand yourself the best. You know all of the different areas that needs to be developed and needs to be worked on. All right. And I believe we're now at the final slide. So in summary, self-care speaks about knowing your limits, knowing your triggers, knowing your stress response, practicing healthy distressing actions, your exercise, your walk on the beach, you're taking a break, you know, eating well, having good sleep, all of these things, healthy distressing actions, avoiding alcohol, avoiding any negative practice that is going to be counterproductive and create more consequence in your life. And the main thing and most important is that we all need to identify our support network. You need to know who you can turn to. You need to know who you can lean on. And if you do not have that sort of support system or network in place, then seek a professional person that you can sit with to help you navigate through some of the personal challenges that you're battling with that you can't manage on your own. All right, and I believe that was the last slide. So I say thank you very much for listening. I hope the information was helpful, and I am open now for any questions that anyone may have.
Thank you very much, Doc, for your well put together presentation. And as you rightly said, the floor is now open for comments, questions, participants might want to ask. Are there any questions for Dr. Miller? Or comments that participants might want to make?
I think that means it was very thorough.
Dr. Miller, it seems either your presentation was excellent or nothing that you said persons grasp the concept.
No, Julian, we have two hands up, Rhonda Jones and Carl.
Oh. So who are we going to take first, Wendy?
Rhonda.
So go right ahead, Rhonda.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Right, I'm calling. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. I must say, oh, wow, well presented. But you know what is one of the things I'm taking away from you, really taking away, I hope you're hearing it, I have a device that is giving me a problem, is the gratitude journal. Oh my gosh. We take things for granted, but I see that gratitude journal, we need to really have something like that in our daily lives. So yeah. I must say, besides having a great, excellent presentation, that is one of the things that stuck out for me, gratitude journal. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Much appreciative, yes.
Thank you very much, Rhonda. Somebody else, Wendy?
Carl.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Carl Vanier from Guyana. It was a very excellent presentation. Thank you very much. Very often we need to be reminded, you know, that we need to take care of ourselves, especially as men, as you would have rightly stated in your presentation. Very often we somehow do not do that. Sometimes it's a macho thing, not wanting to go to the doctor for a checkup, especially if it has to do with checking for colon cancer and so on. So I would want to encourage all our colleagues, especially the men folks. Stress is also something that can trigger many illnesses. So definitely we have to learn to manage the various stressors in our environment. Me personally, sometimes I overextend myself, both at school, in the various associations that I'm a part of. So I will definitely need to look at that in terms of finding more time for personal self-care, especially resting. Because I'm active, I would take part in sports, but during COVID-19, a lot of my time has been extended on online teaching, so I've not had much personal time. So thank you very much for your presentation.
You're very welcome. And I think one of the things I want to add would be to tell persons, remember that no is a complete statement. It's a complete sentence. And do not shy away from saying no to certain things when you know within yourself you can't manage. You have to be honest with yourself and be true to yourself.
We have another four,
very much, Karen.
Julia. We have
I didn't hear that.
Randy. We have Randy, Melissa, Oswald, Michelle, and Jean. So we have about 5. So we take Randy first.
No problem. Go right ahead, Randy.
All right, thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear me, Dr.
Yes,
Miller.
we hear you loud and clear.
Excellent presentation, my friend and sister.
Thank you. Thank you.
I listened thoroughly. My question, though, is I know it is about self-care, but I'm trying to twin it with the role of the various trade unions. What would you advise? What can the trade unions do to help its members to arrive at the desired goals that you outlined so wonderfully? Is there a role for the unions to play to help its members achieve this?
Well, one of the things that is very important from the trade union standpoint would be to probably do need assessments as time goes by with your local or national associations to make sure that persons are being catered for. So we hear a lot of unions talking about the financial part that we need raised, we need whatever resources. You also need to probably lobby for things like the employees assistance programs, whereby there is a proper structure in place for teachers to go to, that they can find a place where they can debrief, where they can go and not only for themselves, but their families as well. And it's a safe, confidential environment that they can basically find that support system for their psychological and emotional challenges, as well as they are given that support to actually know how to navigate stressful situations. So I would think that is one of the things that the trade union can do, that they can probably start lobbying for things like the employees assistance program, because in the larger territories around the world, this is something that has been taken the forefront now, because the mental health is such a critical part of the workforce that we have to make sure that that is something that is invested in.
Thank you very much. Wendy is the next person.
Melissa.
Okay, thank you so much. Good night, everyone. And I just want to join with the others in complimenting you, Dr. Miller, on your presentation. It was inspiring, and there are certainly some things I believe all of us can take away from it. I just want to make a quick comment, and it's a personal thing for me, because sometimes as educators and as trade unionists, we tend to look on the outside. We tend to look at all of the external factors, those things that we claim not to be responsible for. So we say the employer is giving us too much work, and we talk about all of the external factors. But tonight I zoomed in on the aspect that you spoke of, the personal thing, the things that we do every day that can lead to stress and bring on a lot of those things that make us not fit for work and put us in a really difficult position. Sorry. So I want to thank you for mentioning that part tonight and zooming in on the fact that as educators and as trade unionists, we have a personal responsibility to look after ourselves and take care of ourselves, because the things that we do, the fact that most of us are perfectionists, we like to get things done, that really stood out to me tonight. So thank you so much for that, Doc.
You're very welcome.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Next person.
Oswald.
I want to appreciate the presentation by Dr. Job, and I have learned a lot. I'm very happy that the action plan that you have outlined, that each of us need to individualize it, because what may help one person may not help the other.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes some people get mixed up between stress and fatigue. And sometimes you'd hear teachers say, oh, I'm stressed, but they're really tired.
Yeah.
And sometimes people sleep, rest. But the stress is still there. What is your risk?
We seem to be having some difficulty with Oswald internet. So Wendy, maybe you could take the next person, and if he reconnects, we allow him to continue to ask this question.
Okay, Michelle Beach, then Jean Brown. Michelle Beach, yeah.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you very much, Dr. Miller, for an excellent presentation. I am grateful that you would have done this presentation at this point, because as educators, we would have gone through a very stressful period over the past few months. And I think personally, what I would take away from tonight's presentation is the time to take for ourselves during the day, because we can become so overwhelmed with all of the demands of teachers, students, parents, everyone else, that we sometimes forget that we need to have that breathing space to catch ourselves and to refocus. So I want to thank you very much for this. And I also want to encourage all of my colleagues, because I encourage teachers to do the same, to take a mental health day. When you think that you cannot make it to school, you cannot make it in the classroom, it would be best to stay at home, no classes, relax for the day, and then, reboot for the following day. So thank you once again, Dr. Miller.
You're very welcome.
Wendy, next person.
Jean and then Dolores. Final one is Dolores.
Thank you very much. I am Jean, and I'm from Jamaica. Dr. Miller, an awesome presentation that is well timed.
Thank you.
I was locked into the perfectionist aspect of it. Not from the perspective of the teacher being or wanting to be the perfectionist because he or she must get this right, but from the opposite side of the fence, where the authorities want the individual teachers to become perfectionists, because we have been thrown into a different mold and operate into a different environment. But no, there is this perception that you must be delivering exactly as you delivered when you were doing face-to-face, so that your work hours remain basically the same and you're trying. And so as a result, because persons maybe from fear, or they believe that they will be seen as not being productive, so everybody is pushing now to get into this perfectionist mood, and it is not happening. It is affecting teachers. As the previous speaker said, I have had the experience of studying online, so I understand the importance of taking a break. And I would say to colleagues, you must take a break. Ensure that you have your lunch hour or a special time for your lunch break, and don't just sit there and eat around the machine. Get up, move around, and all of that. So I think it was such an awesome presentation, right on point. And then there's the other aspect of being zoomed out. I've had colleagues who have shared with me that they were called up to attend meetings at midnight.
Yeah.
And I said, what? at midnight, and then you have to prepare for the next morning, and you're not operating in the usual space or environment. So the preparation time takes time out of you.
Yes.
And so these are some of the things that I think, you know, a presentation like yours should be presented to every head of government, every minister of education, and all of these persons, so they understand from the perspective of the classroom teacher. Thank you so very much. Great.
You're very welcome. Very welcome.
Good. Thank you very much. Wendy, any more?
Yes, Dolores, that's the final one.
Okay.
Good night, Dr. Miller.
Good night.
Thank you for your excellent presentation. And I looked at it in the aspect that I like when you said the time off for yourself. And I always advocate where you say, give yourself oxygen first before you can help anyone. Because if you can't, then you will not be able to help. And I'm taking it a little bit on the trade union side, as trade unionists too. Maybe we need to advocate, from all what you said there too, that those quote unquote in charge would help to develop institutions, engage personnel that teachers also can turn to for help when the time when they might feel mentally stressed or so that help can be given to us to help reboot and to do our jobs well.
Yes, definitely, definitely. Yes.
Thank you very much. Wendy, that was the final one, right?
It was.
Dr. Miller, on behalf of my colleagues in education, even though I would say you're still part of education, from the conference planning committee, the executive members and participants of the conference, I want to say to you, it was a well put together presentation. And based on the feedback that we're receiving, that you're hearing, all the participants who were part and parcel of the activity have learned something. I want to say that you keep up the good works, and we do hope that we would have you with open arms at any time for the CTU level, and also for member units who would want to use you to talk to their members as well. To my other colleagues, okay, no problem. To my other colleagues who presented today to the panelists and every participant that was here, we want to say thank you to being part of day one. I know as we were planning the program, we were going back and forth with the timings. But nevertheless, we want to say thanks for being part of day one. And we do hope that whatever we learned today, we'll roll over to day two and we'll roll over to our member units. And we want to say to you, come day two, we have more in store. Do enjoy the rest of your evening. And see you all tomorrow. Wendy, anything you want to say in closing?
I just want to join with you in thanking Dr. Joselle Miller and thanking all the presenters this evening, the co-panelists, Dr. Henry, and all the cultural items, the experience from COVID from a student from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I want to really thank you, the participants, because without you, we would not have had such a good evening. So catch you tomorrow, same time, same place, same link for more of what you got today.
Well, thank you very much, Wendy. And bye to everyone.